something about it too? Huh? Did you say something about it too? Or you're just saying, yeah. What did you say? You said two guys? Oh, who's that? So confused. How did you make the most of it? Yeah, I thought it was just off mark. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and you've obviously been working a long time to get to this moment. Now, like the fight week, it's got to feel like reality at this moment. I mean, what's the emotions for you at this point?
I'm excited. You know, it's been a long time coming, a long road, and I've been here now 2 weeks with my team, and I'm just excited. It's been, like I said, I was number one. I told these guys a long time ago, and now here we are, 2 days out, 3 days out, and I'm excited.
You know, I mean, obviously, we talk about the first fight, but it was so long ago. I mean, is there any factor at all? Like, is there anything in the, whether it be mentally, psychologically, anything that you take from that first fight that benefits at all?
For me, no. It's just I look at it as a brand new fight, a brand new opponent. He's improved, have improved, you know what I mean? It's 2 different fights. When we first fought, I was only doing martial arts for like 4 or 5 years. I'm now 30 years old. This is my 4th main event for the UFC, and it's just 2 different fights, and I am excited to go out there and prove to the world.
We know the run of bad luck that you had with the fight cancellations, with the no contest, all that stuff. Was there ever any point along the way where you're like, this journey's stupid, like I'm done with it, like I'm not doing this anymore?
You have them days, you know, you have ups and downs, you have days you think, like the why me days and stuff like that, but you have to refocus your mind and also use that time to get better and better. And all this week I was feeling like belonging. I feel like this is how it's meant to play out. This is where I'm meant to be right now, you know. And but yeah, like I said at the time, it was frustrating. I would pull out, so getting COVID, and it was just a mad 2 years, you know.
Now we're here. What's the most important part of this? I mean, is it about becoming UFC champion and that alone, or is it about some extraction of a measure of revenge of the last person to beat you?
All of it. You know, obviously he was the last person to get a decision over me 7 years ago. But number one is to be world champion, because I know how much it means to my team and to my family and to me, and how hard I've worked to get here, you know. And so number one is to become world champion.
The interesting part about this, right, is your grappling has gotten way better. His striking has gotten way better. But at the end of the day, what kind of fight do you expect? I mean, do you think that he'll want to come out and strike with you? Do you think he ultimately just reverts back to his base?
Yeah, probably. If I was him, I'll come out and try and wrestle, you know. I think he's gonna try to come out and strike. You got to think, like, he was a wrestler for his whole life, and to now he's getting like finishes. You're gonna fall in love with it. It's natural for that to happen, you know. But I am just leaps ahead of him when it comes to striking. He's a good wrestler, but I'm a good mixed martial artist. I can put it all together. Great jiu-jitsu, good grappling. So we'll see. When I picture the fight in my head, it all plays out different. But when you do fight, it never plays out how you picture it. You know? So we'll see.
Nice. Last thing for me, I mean, Saturday night, you raise that belt. I mean, what does that moment mean for you to be world champion? Like, what does that represent for you?
Everything, you know, it'd be a congratulations to myself as well for sticking through these ups and downs, sticking through these hard times, and everyone thought, oh, Leon got bad luck, you know, and just being proud of myself for, like I said, sticking through it and going through it, and for my family, for my team, it would mean everything.
Leon, a lot of talk about Kamaru's status in the history of MMA. Dana says that if he wins this, he could be considered the greatest of all time. I'm curious for you, do you think he could be the greatest of all time, or do you think he's the greatest welterweight of all time? Where do you see him in history of MMA?
I don't know. He's a good fighter, you know. But I think to be the greatest of all time, I consider people like John Jones, and you have to be good at everything. You can't be good at just wrestling, or you have to be good at everything, you know. But he'd be in the conversation well, you're not going to beat me, but he'd be in the conversation, you know. So fair play to him.
Do you think it's easier for you to kind of ignore all that stuff because you've been in there with him before and you know he's just human and it's not this crazy thing that you're not expecting?
Yeah, for sure. Like all this pound for pound and all this, I just don't see it. I didn't feel it in the fight. I don't see it. I don't see it in his techniques. I just don't see it. You know, he's a very good fighter. He has improved, and I'm not going in this fight blinded, thinking, "Oh, this is another wrestler again." It's not. But yeah, I just don't see the pound for pound thing. But fair play to him.
On the flip side of that, do you think the more he hears that, the more overconfident he could become?
Yeah, it's natural. It's natural. Like that's all he's talk about now. Is pound for pound. The man don't wear the stuff wearing t-shirts. He's just, he's loving it. You know. So like I said, he's earned it. So I'm not gonna sit here and hate on him. You know. So fair play.
There's no risk of you stealing his outfit ideas at the press conference this week?
Nah, that's not me. You know. Terry Crews. He's sick. But nah, fair play to him.
Yeah, a quick one right here. You said your league's ahead of Kamaru in terms of striking. So would you put yourself at the top of the list of best strikers in this division overall?
Yeah, 100%. Definitely. When it comes to striking, in the top 5, like, who is it? When it comes to just pure striking, you know? Master, that's probably the other 3, Gilbert Burns, Kobe, and Master, his last 3 fights. You probably put him as the best striker out of them 3. And he's the shit striker, you know what I mean? So it's like, him and Kobe fought, just 2 wrestlers that decided to have a boxing match. When I don't know what the fuck Gilbert did. He just came out and just swung for the fences, gassed himself out and got knocked out with a jab. You know what I mean? So it's, I don't know. I'm just leaps ahead of him when it comes to striking.
Can I get your thoughts on Anthony Joshua's fights also fighting on Saturday against Usyk? It's
a big night for the UK, you know, to have. And we're both going into rematches, which is crazy as well. I think we'll go out and get the win. You know, also I'm hoping for it to get the win, and it's going to be a massive night for the UK.
And who do you have in the Eubank Jr. Conor Benn fight?
I'll probably go Eubank. I think it'd be too big for him. I know they put like a readjustment clause on it, but I think it'd be too big for him, and it's too early for Conor, I think.
Would you ever like to see a Leon, just back here a second, down in front of you. Would you ever like to see a rehydration clause in MMA? Do you think that's something that could work?
No, computers find ways around it anyway. You know what I mean? Like, I know guys that like boxers, they'll do like, they're like, yeah, I'll do it. Then they'll make the weight in the morning, or they'll rehydrate fully and then sweat in the morning, weighing, and so it's like there's always ways around it, you know. So. I don't mind.
Leon, Dana White told Yahoo Sports yesterday that if you win this fight, you guys are going to do a
I'm at a pound for pound if I win the fight. I should be pound for pound. Go on.
But he said this would be an instance where ahead of time he'd be fine saying Kamaru deserves a rematch or a trilogy fight. Is that something you've thought about, that you not only would have to beat him Saturday, but back-to-back?
Yeah, for sure, 100%. Like you say, he's been a dominant champion, you know, so naturally in sport, in boxing or MMA, when you defend the belt a couple of times and been dominant, you normally get a rematch. So I definitely envision doing it again.
And I mean, what would you want the timeline for that to be? I mean, like if you beat him badly and he's out for a while, would you want to fight someone else probably and be active?
Yeah, for sure, 100%. I want to be an active champion. You know, I don't want to be once a year. I want to be active. You know, and like, I'm already 30 years old, so I'm going into my prime now. So I need the more fights I have, the better off it'll be for me.
And I know you've talked about the Diaz versus Chimaev fight a fair bit. I'm just curious from you, as a former opponent of Nate, what do you think, if this is his last fight in the UFC, his legacy is in this company and the sport?
He's a solid motherfucker. You know, he's just, like the Diaz brothers. They are who they are, and that's what I respect about them. They don't change over the years. They are who they are. They're solid. They're tough. I remember watching them when I first started MMA. You know, and so I think they're gonna have a good legacy. Both of the brothers, Nick and Nate. You know.
Leon over here to your left. Kamaru's been on interviews talking about the first fight, talking quite a bit about the first fight. Do you think maybe because he's doing that, he might be overlooking you a tiny bit at least?
He's talking about everything apart from this fight. He's talking about going up 205, fighting Canelo, doing everything apart from the fight. You know, I am solely focused on becoming a world champion, and if he thinks it's going to be like the first fight, he's already lost the fight. I've erased that fight out of my mind a long time ago, and if you think he's the same kid he's in the fight, then we'll see Saturday night.
Any thought of maybe let's say you win on Saturday, you call out Canelo yourself?
Nah, I need to. I know I can't beat Canelo in a boxing match. I'm not deluded. You know what I mean? This guy's deluded. You cannot beat Canelo. I know it's a payday thing, but boxing for boxing, you cannot beat Canelo. MMA, yeah, he'll win. Same MMA, I'll beat Canelo, but for a pure boxing match in the square, he'll probably win. That's just honesty. I'm not deluded. Is what it is.
Right. And you've been waiting quite a while for a title shot to begin with. Now you've been out since June last year. How hard has this wait been for you to finally get to this point?
It don't feel as long, you know. I've been off for like a year before during the pandemic, and I've always said I don't believe in ring rust. I don't believe in nothing like that. I think as long as you live the life, dedicate yourself to the sport, which I do, you should get the results. And Saturday night I'll get the result.
Leon, on your right. I believe you said that you've been out here for 2 weeks. What's the advantage of coming out to Salt Lake City and being here for that long ahead of the fight?
Just you get acclimatized a bit better. You know, normally UFC brings you out on like the Tuesday of the fight week. There's not enough time. When it's in the UK now, it's like 7 hours ahead, you know, so I'll be like falling asleep and shit, and not enough time to make weight and acclimatize to the air, to the time zones and everything. So I like to come out. I do it for all my fights. I pay the extra money just to come out early with my team, and I want to be comfortable going into fight week. I don't want to feel like it's rushed or I'm not having everything that I need, you know.
Hearing from NBA players who come here and play the Utah Jazz, we hear from them that the elevation is an issue in terms of their wind. Has that been something that you've needed that extra time to kind of get used to?
Before, everyone was talking about the elevation. So like back home, I was like sleeping at sea level. You know, I had like a mad tent over my bed for the last 2 months, like sleeping in it. But when I came out, I couldn't tell no difference. It felt same. You know, I know the studies on it is not. They said some people might feel it, some people might not. You know, and since I've been training, I just feel like I'm back home in Birmingham.
And this is the first numbered pay-per-view that the UFC has ever brought to Salt Lake City. What was your reaction when you found out that, you know, rather than fighting in Vegas or Los Angeles or wherever, that you'd be fighting in Salt Lake City, Utah?
First of all, I didn't know where it was. You know, I was like, "What? How was that?" I asked my manager, when you're a kid, you picture like your first UFC title. You always picture somewhere massive, like it's gonna be in Vegas, it's gonna be like New York, and somewhere like dramatic. You know, but the win is the title is a title. No matter where you put it, I'll become world champion. So either it is.
So not to look past your current opponent, but say you beat Usman, say you beat him again in the trilogy. Who's up next? Is it Khamzat? Are you wrapping up Jorge Masvidal? You know, do you have like a preference?
Well, my preference would be obviously Jorge. Obviously, he needs to go back and get a few wins, and then I love that one to happen in the UK. You know, to have it back in the 02 where the incident first happened, and I think it'd be a great sell for the UFC. It'd be a great revenge for me, and so. But at the moment, I think both our careers is going into different ways. You know, I'm going there, he's going there, so it's difficult to make it make sense. But that'd be my preference.
And then what about Khamzat?
Khamzat, him as well. I was meant to fight. We got matched up like 3-4 times. So that fight will happen when it's meant to happen. You know.
All the way back here to your right, Leon, wanted to ask what it means to you after so long to finally be here, fight week. You had been looking for this title shot, for this rematch for so long and so many delays. What does it mean to just be here finally this week?
It means a lot. You know, it means a lot to me, to my team, to my family that I stayed the course. You know, everyone was doubting me and be like, oh, do this, do that, why you're not fighting? I was trying to fight, like, during the pandemic, I got matched up with Khamzat, with Masvidal, the whole lot, you know, and so it would mean a lot to me, and it means a lot to me that I'm here now, and we're just days out from me becoming a world champion. I know how much it would mean for the UK, for me to capture the belt, you know, to be the second guy from the UK to do it, and how much it means to my team and to my family, you know.
And is there a satisfaction with just being able to get back to being active at this point?
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, I'm only 30 years old. I can't be sitting out much longer. You know, I need to be active, and after this fight, after a win, I'll be looking to fight again this year and just stay active.
Thank you.
Leon, what have you learned about yourself since your last fight with Kamaru 7 years ago?
I don't know. I think I just learned more. My belief in myself was correct. You know that what you think in your head, like that you're good enough to be here. That you are. You know, and I think that's what I'm most proud of myself for. My mentality that I've got, not just through MMA. I got it from life and what life has taught me. You know, so I'm proud of my mentality that life has given me.
Thank you.
Yeah, I need this. It's water loaded. Thank you.
How's fight week this time around?
I mean, it's nice to be here for the whole thing. So, I know I got to be here for the last one, but, I'm just taking it all in and, just trying to stay comfortable.
Is it any different, the feel of just the whole week?
I guess, it's more normal now. I've done it a few times, so it's a little bit more normal.
Talk about the matchup that you have here. What's on paper? It's a tough one, but what are you thinking about it?
Man, they're all tough fights, dude. If you end up here, every fight you're going to get in is tough. So, I mean, it's obviously a tough matchup. I don't know what Australia and New Zealand got against me, but I'm not the man to say no. If anybody's known me my whole life, I'm not the guy to say no to anything. So, I step up anytime they ask me. I've never said no, and you can ask Mick Maynard that. I've never said no, no matter the case. So, it is what it is.
I've seen people taking some humor in that, right? You keep getting matched up with people from that part of the world. Has it made you laugh a little bit?
I just want to know what the hell's going on, man. Like, we couldn't get anybody else. Australia's the only place that they can find me a fight from. But, like I said again, and it is what it is, man. It doesn't matter who they are or where they're from. I've never said no to a fight my whole life, so.
Has anybody hit you up from that part of the world, like social media, like picking on you or showing support?
Well, I mean, everybody across the world is, talking shit right now. So, you just got to silence the haters, man. They don't know what I'm doing. You know what I mean? They just want to take what they've seen in my past performances and, they want to, they know that the deck is stacked against me. It has been my whole life, though, man, and I've never laid down because of that. I always step up to the occasion.
Do you thrive in that? I mean, do you kind of it seems like you're kind of embracing that.
Well, I mean, yeah, I definitely thrive in it because it's all, it's been my whole life, man. From, the time I was born, we've been through hell. So, it's not a new day to me. This is just another one.
So do you look at this as a must-win situation? I mean, I guess every fight kind of is in some way.
Man, I don't care. It doesn't matter at the end of the day, man. I'm going to come out, put on my best performance that you guys have ever seen me, and, I'm going to shock the world, dude. I promise you.
I love it. Last thing for me, I guess, what kind of fight do you think we see? Because on paper it does look like it could be fireworks.
Yeah. I mean, anytime I'm in there, it's somebody's getting hurt quick. So, but the idea this time is just react and respond, man. Every time something happens, react before I get into a dangerous situation.
I think you just said everyone around the world is talking shit. Like, what are they saying to you? Like, why?
Well, I mean, let's just start with my name. When your name's Harry Hunsucker, you got the easiest name in the world to make fun of, dude. I've been getting laughed at and picked on my whole fucking life, man. So, it's that, and people saying that I'm a can. I don't deserve to be here, but there are people who are probably, still eating unemployment if they can. You know what I mean? So, I ain't worried about that. Yes, sir.
How's the weight cut coming down to 205?
Listen, I would have been at 205 a lot sooner if I would have known how easy it was going to be. You know what I mean? And, and again, y'all haven't heard much from me, but, I've always thought I could beat anybody, dude. That's why I didn't cut to 205 is because I thought I could beat everybody at heavyweight. And, I mean, my body size didn't agree with my heart, you know what I mean? And, I've had the deck stacked against me since the first time. I came out here on the Contender Series 4 days' notice. I came out here to fight Tuivasa 4 days' notice. Fight the first heavyweight in UFC history to miss weight. And people are running their mouth about that, dude, like it's something funny. You know what I mean? There's nobody in the UFC said yes to fighting Tai Tuivasa. Nobody. But I did. You know what I mean? I could have not taken the fight with Tafa. You know what I mean? And I could have still took home the same paycheck. I thought I could win. I mean, it's not like I'm getting brought out here to be a punching bag for these guys. I think I can, I thought I could beat every one of these guys. You know what I mean?
Do you wish you would have gone down to 205 for the majority of your career?
Everything happens for a reason, man. So, I had a lot of great performances at heavyweight, man. On the regional scene, obviously, that's a much different world than where we're at now. But, everything happens for a reason, man. And, now is my time.
Being the underdog, do you feel a little bit extra pressure to put on a show? I know that you kind of talked about that a little bit, but is there a little bit more excitement maybe towards putting on a spectacular show here in Salt Lake City, shocking the world, as you've been saying?
Yeah, Obviously being the underdog, a lot of pressure's off my back. I think all the pressure's on him. You know what I mean? He's got, if he fucks this up, I think it's much more, much bigger for him. So I don't really feel any pressure at all. So.
Last thing for me, coming here and actually performing in front of a big audience. You fought at the Apex, small little crowds here and there for the UFC, but what's it going to be like to be there in front of a giant crowd?
At the end of the day, man, it's 2 people. So, you know what I mean? I've been doing this my whole life.
Thank you.
Back here to your right, aside from how the weight cut is going, how much different do you feel as an athlete now as you've gotten smaller?
I mean, we've made the tweaks in our game this time, dude, where I feel like I've never felt this good before. You know what I mean? Like, Nicole in nutrition is, like, if you're not using her and you're a part of the UFC, you're crazy. You know what I mean? And that's just my opinion because she kills it. So, I mean, with the tweaks to the diet, the weight coming down, the updates in my training camp, it's just everything's where it should be, man. I feel perfect.
And is there an extra sense of excitement with being on the pay-per-view card?
I don't know. I've been trying not to think about it really, just because it's all pressure filled. It doesn't matter. Again, it's just 2 people in there, and like every time it's full of pressure. So, I'm just glad I get to fight in front of my wife this time. She gets to come out and see.
And this is obviously from the Apex the first time she's going to see you live in the UFC?
Yes. Yep.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you've got 7 wins by first round finish. Is this going to be number 8?
Our whole game plan this time is just react and respond. So I don't have no plans, man, other than to check every time that I get put in a dangerous situation, check it and respond.
Did you do anything different training for 205 instead of training as a heavyweight?
I wouldn't say necessarily I trained differently to be at 205, but I knew that it's not like it's not common knowledge. I needed to make some tweaks, you know what I mean? So we made the tweaks. I added, Coach Nickerson to my camp this time, and, it's been a godsend. I'm the most confident I've ever been, so.
Did you make any adjustments to deal with the elevation here in Salt Lake?
We've been prepping for that the whole time. So, as soon as we found out we were getting the fight and found out where it was, we were prepping for that. So,
thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, just one for me. The most clever pun you've heard about your name, what has it been?
I don't know if it's appropriate.
Come on. Just amongst friends here.
Man. Nah, I'm not going to answer that. Nope, you're not getting that one.
How about the second most clever?
Oh, God. I mean, none of them are clever, dude. They're all elementary shit. Like, I could have made up better stuff, in 3rd grade than some of the stuff that I hear, man. So.
Fair enough.
Sorry, buddy. You don't get an answer. But use your imagination. You look like you're a pretty smart guy. You could type it. You could Google something. Yeah.
Real quick, do you think you're going to fight better with your wife in the crowd, just knowing she's there?
Again, doesn't matter, man. You know what I mean? We've done all the prep. It's me and him. You know what I mean? I'm just glad she can be there to witness what's going to happen.
Awesome. Thanks.
Yep.
Hello.
All right. Nice. Jared, obviously it was a frustrating result last time out. I'm just kind of curious, I guess, what lessons you take and out of that one.
Well, I was doing really well on the feet, and I thought I looked better on the feet than I have in a while. And the mistakes that I made against Grant were things that I know. It's like almost MMA 101. You get taken down, like, don't give up your back. And I preach that all the time, and I was like, I'm going to get up. And then he had his hooks in. And, he wasn't just putting his hooks in. He was going straight to the body triangle. So, like, there wasn't any, like, fighting the hooks. And I kept making the same mistake. But I worked on that a lot, just not getting frustrated. You can get taken down and then go to your back and then get up from there instead of just rushing and getting stuck in a worse position. So I learned a lot.
So I was curious, right? Submission loss, and then the next name comes up. Oh, it's Leo Santos, by the way. I mean, it's almost comical in a way, right? I mean, what did you think when this was the name that was given to you?
Fight's a fight, right? But and I fought Joe Selecki before Grant Dawson, who did the same thing to me in the first round. I won the fight. But it was my first submission loss ever in my professional and amateur career. But you fight in this game long enough, things happen. But I think it's a great fight for me. I think I was supposed to fight him when I fought Oliveira, and he pulled out, and then they put me in against Charles, and we know how that went. But great fight, great win for me, and if it was King Kong or Leo, what's the difference? Fight's a fight.
Obviously, you're not going to tip your game plan, but I'm just curious. I mean, is this the kind of fight where you're like, I know the right thing to do in these situations, but the ideal thing to do would be like not grapple at all in this fight?
No, I don't think that is. I have good grappling as well. I mean, and it's an MMA fight, so no, I'm not trying to stay away from the grappling. I think there's a misconception. Like, when I'm on top, I hurt people. I do really well there, and I know how to get up. I made a mistake in the last one, but I think that it's a great fight. He's getting older. I'm not banking on him being old, and that's why I'm going to win. Oh, he's going to slow down. I'm expecting him to be in the best shape of his life, but I think I'm going to overwhelm him and get the victory.
Big win here. What's the plan moving forward? I mean, is it just book again as quickly as possible, or take some time off? What's the plan?
MSG. I was born in Manhattan, literally 30 blocks from Madison Square Garden. I used to train at Henzo Gracie's, which is 4 blocks away from Madison Square Garden. I used to shoot dope in the bathroom down the block from Madison Square Garden. My grandfather fought in Madison Square Garden. I think it's my destiny to fight there, I'm going to win this fight, and then I'll say what I have to say in the cage after I win.
When you say that, do you think you probably leave the shooting dope part out of it, or is it good to leave that in there?
I need to let everyone know that you could shoot dope and still get to the highest level of athletics.
Last thing for me, obviously you want to make a big statement so you can get that time on the mic. How do you see this fight going? I mean, is this something where you can go in and get it done quick, or are you going to have to survive some bad grappling spots?
I think that he's more dangerous on the feet than he will be early on with the grappling, and he doesn't tend to shoot doubles and singles. He's more of a clinch guy. He'll throw you, judo throws and stuff. So I think he's going to try to hurt me on the feet. I'm expecting to have to dodge and weave and maybe take some shots and answer back, but I'm going to get on the inside, and I think he's going to slow down, and I think it's going to be a bad night for him.
Jared, what exactly happened in this? You subdued a baseball bat wielding maniac. What happened there?
Video's old. I just reposted it because that's what the public wants to see. They don't really care about inspirational stuff. They just want to see blood and violence and sex and stuff. So every now and then I'll throw something a little ridiculous up. But I was in Chicago on vacation with my parents, my cousin, and her husband. And there was an ATM machine, a pull-through ATM machine, and there was a guy in his car. And on his bumper sticker, it said, "I love crack whores." So I was like, ha ha. I get my phone out, I start filming, and I'm noticing that he's climbing through to the passenger side to get out of the car because he can't get out because the ATM's in the way of his door. And I'm like, what the fuck is this guy doing? Excuse my language. And he's going in the trunk, and we're in Chicago, and I'm like, is he going to pull out an AK-47 or something? But he pulls out a bat, and now I'm like, I'm going to kill this guy. I got really upset very fast because he starts walking towards me fast. I'm with my parents. They're in their 60s, and I grab him, and I'm like, what are you? And he's like, you're filming my license plate. I'm like, dude, you know what's on your bumper sticker, unless this is in your car and you never looked at it. So what, you haven't got any attention with this bumper sticker before? And my cousin's husband grabbed him. We took him down. I stepped on his neck and ripped the bat out of his hands, and that was that.
How long ago was this?
2019. Yeah. You know, hey, it worked though, right? Look, we're talking about it.
What happened to the guy after?
He was like, "Can I have my bat back?" And I was like, "Are you fucking joking me?" No. And he just went on his way. I don't know how I didn't pound his face in. I feel like it's because my parents were there, but I've seen my parents fight in the street before, so it's not like it would be anything new for us. But I don't know. Somehow I was able to restrain myself, and blood, and then you got to call the cops, and it's like, so I just let it go.
Where do you see yourself beating Leonardo Santos?
On the inside. In his face, in his chest, going to the body, going to the head, level changes, getting him to feint a lot and, draw his strikes out, get him extending too much. And unfortunately, for me, not unfortunately, but I'm not the biggest 55er ever. I'm actually probably on the smaller end. So everyone's taller and longer. I always got to make it dirty and get on the inside. I'm not going to be one of those guys that are standing on the outside unless I get lucky and land a big shot. But he's way longer than me and taller, so I got to make it like a Mike Tyson fight. Get in there, weave my head, and go, and make it fast and hard and dirty.
He also got subbed in his last fight, and so considering your grappling background as well, is that something that you're counting out as your possibility of submitting him?
No. I think if I punch you in the face enough on the ground, you'll give up your neck eventually. I'm not the type of guy that's going to look for submissions constantly because, to me, it just doesn't make sense in MMA. If I can accrue strikes, then it's better for me. Can I drink this water? This is like an official sponsor.
It is. They'll just replace it when you leave.
Sorry, I was eating. I got like shit in my teeth. What's up? Who's next? My guy. What's up? How are you? That's it? Come on.
So you're a fighter that talks openly about your addiction. For example, local legend Court McGee, he's talked about how MMA has impacted his sobriety. How has MMA helped you become more sober?
MMA hasn't helped me at all. Actually, it's made my life worse. I'm not even joking. MMA doesn't give me any fulfillment whatsoever. I'm able to use my platform to help people through MMA. But like whether I win or lose, 3 days later I'm miserable again. Now I gotta do it again. It's like drugs. I gotta look for another fix. All right, what's next? You see it all the time. These guys become multiple world time champions, and they're fighting into their 40s, looking for that next thing. Oh, they're looking for something. They're trying to fill a void. The only thing that fills my void is God, my family, my wife, my relationships, and helping other people. That's the only thing that gives me fulfillment is helping other people. So I need UFC and this platform to help others. If Logan Paul or whatever his name, Jake or whatever his name is, and Floyd and Conor McGregor, no offense, I'm not like trying to put them down, but if they were preaching about mental health and addiction, how many people would listen? I don't have a platform like they do. The goal is to get there. They're driving around in Lamborghini boats and flashing chains, and all my shiny shit doesn't do anything for me. My car, I'm wearing a Rolex right now. I'm wearing this just for this. Like, I like it, but it's like a burden on my life. I'm still paying it off. I've owned it for a year. It's a burden on my life. So fighting, I love martial arts. It's my passion. I love competing, but now it's not for me. None of this is for me. It's for the people that I'm trying to help,
With that being said, do you have any advice for any fighters struggling with addiction?
yeah, don't use MMA as your reason, because I did that and I always ended up back on the street. Nothing tangible is enough to keep you from going back to drugs or filling that void or depression. You need to find your purpose, your higher power, and you need to get spiritually fit. That's like the only way. It's for everyone in life in general. You don't have to be a junkie. You know, you can still be miserable. One of my best friends, MMA fighter, beautiful life, took his life. I had no idea. You know, I see people dying every day. I work in the field of addiction. I see kids 17, 16 dying every day. Their parents had no idea, died of a fentanyl overdose. So we're all trying to fill a void, right? So you gotta figure it out. No problem. Thanks, guys.
Hello.
Hello. First UFC fight not to be at the Apex, right? The big crowd, the big arena. Does it feel like a big moment for you?
Yeah, this is very interesting because this will be my first event in UFC with a big tournament because I have fight just in the Apex, and this will be very fun for me.
Nice. And two ranked opponents, right? A very important fight in the division. So does this feel like, kind of a big moment in your career to move up?
Yes, this is a very big opportunity to show that I am ready to fight in a top 10.
Yeah. What do you think about Marcin as an opponent and what he presents to you?
I have just respect in face of him because he's a very tough fighter. He have a very much good fights, and his skills on the ground and understand very interesting. And I think that we will show a very spectacular fight.
Have you let yourself start thinking about a title run? And I mean, you beat ranked opponents, you're up there, right? So I mean, how long do you think it'll take? What path do you see for yourself?
Yes, for sure. I'm coming here for the title, and I think the guys who don't think about the title, they have not a future in this division. And I'm like a professional. I think that I need to win more 3-4 fights and can try to make a title shot.
Nice. The last thing for me. So knowing that. Is it just enough to win a fight here, or do you feel like you've got to make a statement, a big submission, a big finish here to show the world who you are?
I think that I need to make a very spectacular fight and make some beautiful takedowns, make some chaos or submissions. Yes.
Alexander, right here. Also, outside of the crowd, the octagon is bigger. In the Apex, it's much smaller. Here in the arena, the actual cage is bigger. Do you think that will play a factor in this fight?
For me, it doesn't matter. I think that size of the cage is not so important moment. Much more important moment how you have feel your mind, how you feel your body, and I'm ready.
Marcin has fought some of the best grapplers in this division ever, like Verdum and Ben Rothwell. So how would you compare your grappling and jiu-jitsu to his past opponents?
My every time in my camp we have good strikers and good grapplers, and I every time work on my grappling skills, and I think that I am ready.
And a lot of fans, after you fight, they think that you can compete in the top 5 right away, even after a couple wins. Do you want that slow build, or would you like to be thrown right into the top 5 with an impressive win?
I think that I need more 3-4 fights. I need to be ready for this.
Last time you fought Marcin, not last time you fought him, you were scheduled to fight him 2 years ago. Is it nice to finally get this one going and be able to fight him finally?
Yes, I think that this is a very good moment because I don't like when I have not close questions with somebody. And when I win this fight, I will one fight with Jairzinho Rozenstruik because couple of years ago, we have a fight, but that's why was cancelled.
I was going to actually ask you about that as well, but against Marcin, he's, as said earlier, he's fought a lot of really good grapplers, and you've alluded to actually working on your hands a little bit more. Is that something you're going to want to show in this fight? You mentioned potentially knocking him out.
I don't know. I think that in heavyweight division, every punch must be last punch, and everybody from our division can knock me out, and I can knock him out. And but I think that our fight will be on the ground.
And where would you say he ranks amongst the toughest opponents you've faced so far in your career?
Marcin, is I think yes, this is a bigger challenge for me in my career. Thank you.
Hello, everyone.
Well, Merab, it's been 11 months since we've seen you, man. I guess how does it feel to be back on a big fight week and a big fight for you personally?
Feels good to be back. I was fine before. I was just waiting right opponent, but after Aldo's fight, I was boring and I was missing fight. But now I'm finally here.
What's been your focus during the 11 months away? Because I think you knew you were going to get a top-level opponent whenever it was. So what have you been focused on?
I was just training and get better, and I went to Spain training with Ilya Topuria. Yeah, that was a good trip. I had fun there, and after that I went for New Year in my country, but I get COVID there. I had to stay quarantined at home and keep a mask on. And after that, Aldo has a huge fight, and I was just training with him, and I know I wasn't rushing because I know UFC has to give me big name or somebody good fighter, tough fighter, and then I know it won't be short notice, and I know I have a time. I was waiting, and then it takes 10 months, but now we are here.
And you did get a big name, a legend of the sport in Jose Aldo. I'm just curious if there's a different feel when it's somebody that obviously has accomplished as much as he has.
Nothing different feeling right now, but when UFC called me and gave me this fight, I was shocked because I was ready for everyone, but not for Jose Aldo. I was thinking everybody else, but not Jose Aldo, because I was thinking I wasn't big enough, but I guess I am. And then and then he take fight with me. It means a lot.
What do you think of his skills? Because we think of him as a striker, but he's got great takedown defense as well. But is it a good enough takedown defense to fight you?
Yeah, we will find out now. Yeah, he has a good wrestling defense. He fight Frankie Edgar 2 times, but I think I can still take him down, and if not, then I'm gonna keep throw pressure and fight hard, but I believe I will take him down.
Nice. You've had this nice win streak, but you've been kind of under the radar a little bit. Do you feel like this is the moment that you beat a guy like Aldo? Now everybody's saying your name along with the top names of the division.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, win against him, it will be huge for me, and. I always feel love and support from the people and fans, and now I feel respect from UFC too, and I know this is huge for me.
Last thing for me, have you and Aljamain started having the conversation yet about what happens? Because I know before it was like, well, maybe someday, but it's pretty close now. Have y'all had those conversations?
No, we don't have this conversation. We still same page that we're not fighting to each other. And first, I have to win this fight. Aldo has to defend his belt. I know he's going to do it, and we will talk after. But we're not gonna fight. We will find out something. We will be fine. We are good friends. We are training partners. He's helping me. He's here with me. After I will fight, I will go help him. He has a fight coming up, and his fight training camp will start. And we've been helping each other. And we are good teammates, good friends. We are neighbors, and so we can go on and on.
Right here. You had mentioned that Jose Aldo's strong takedown defense in his 2 fights against Frankie, but he's also fought guys like Chad Mendes, who are obviously high-level wrestlers. So how would you compare your style of wrestling in MMA to his past opponents?
My background is judo. It's not wrestling, but I've been training with good wrestlers like Aljamain Sterling. And take him down, it's not easy. And I have to figure out all different angles and timing to take people down. And I think I have that. I have a good timing, and I can take people down from different angles. and MMA is different. And we will see. We will find out on Saturday.
And he's also a black belt in jiu-jitsu, but we don't really get to see it much when he's fighting because he's such a high-level striker. So when you're preparing for someone like Jose Aldo, do you still have to have that in the back of your mind, or is it he's so known for his striking that this is what I need to focus on?
Yeah, actually, that's all I need to focus on for striking, and just take him to like right position. Like I want to be on top, dominate position, and yeah, I mean he's amazing fighter everywhere. Like even we all see how he beat Chito Vera. He take his back and control last round, and yeah, if he needs, he can use it. But yeah, I'm ready for everything, you know.
And then you just mentioned Chito Vera. What was your reaction to his big win over Dominic Cruz last week?
I mean, he won, good for him, but a little bit heartbroken because I saw Dominic Cruz knocked down and broken nose. That was a little shock for me, and we don't want to see legend like this. And he was doing very, very well. He was, I think, winning fight, and but the dangerous kick happened, and yeah, just it is a sport. Good for Chito, bad for Dominic. So.
And there's a couple other big bantamweight fights coming up. We got Corey Sandhagen and Sang Yadong, and then of course Sean O'Malley's fighting Peter Yan. How do you see those two fights playing out?
I think Sandhagen going to win this fight, and Sugar Sean O'Malley and Peter Yan. I don't care. You know, they both sucks.
Merab, back here to your right.
Yeah.
We know that you put together a high pace. Do you feel like you've had to prepare to win this fight on the feet and to prepare for Jose to be able to defend the takedowns?
I think yes. It's gonna be hard. I'd rather take him down and stay on top and win easy this way, because it's easy to judge for you guys, for judges. You know, everybody knows that my first fight, my first fight UFC, like judges take from me, and even I was sick and I wasn't feeling good. I was still fighting hard, and then that's why after this I make sure I take people down, and it's easy to score. And you see, I'm winning. I'm on top. I'm in dominant position, and just boom, boom.
And with talk of a title opportunity being possible here in the near future, does it feel like doing and getting a finish in a spectacular fashion also needs to be prevalent here?
Say again.
That getting a finish would be very important towards getting you a title shot?
Listen, I want to win against legend Jose Aldo. I don't care how I can win, you know. The win against him, that makes me, it's already huge for me, and this is big win. Every win UFC is big, but a win against Jose Aldo means a lot for me, and this is huge and like life-changing for me. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hey, Merab.
Hey.
I just had a question for you about Nazim Sadikov last night. Obviously, he got the contract on Dana White's Contender Series. Aldo was there. I could hear him going nuts in the crowd.
Yeah.
I just wanted to hear your thoughts on it as well.
Yeah, of course, he's our teammate, and we are small but like a close team, and we all happy to each other. We all training to each other, to helping each other, and yeah, Aldo was there. I saw on TV, and I heard his voice, and he was coaching from the side. And Nazim, and of course, I'm happy for him. He has a huge knockdown. He's talented, and we was watching on the phone yesterday when we got here, and I'm just happy for him, and best of luck. Thank you, guys. I wanna to say thank you for my sponsors, GA Logistics, Atlanta, Georgia, Thank you guys so much.
I know losses are never fun by any stretch, but a submission loss, was that a little frustrating last time?
Of course, it hurts, but I have too much experience to feel this for so long. It's happened, cheats happen all the time, but it's okay.
I mean, I know it's the reality of grappling, right? I mean, if you're a black belt, you get tapped every day in the gym, but I mean, does it take a little pride out of you when it happens in an MMA fight?
I think this hurts more if it was in Jiu-Jitsu tournament, of course.
Nice. So took some time away. What's been going on during the 8 months since the last fight? What were you focused on during the time away? It's been a little bit.
Just train, have fun, train with friends, my family. No, nothing special, nothing. Oh, you need to change your coach. You need to change your partner. No, that's me. That's me. You need to just keep your head up. You keep walking. That's it.
At this point in your career, is the passion more MMA or is the passion more grappling? Like, which one do you prefer?
MMA is it's crazy. It's crazy, man. It's different sports, I know, but it's crazy. Addict.
Yeah.
Addict. It's hard. It's hard to live without this.
Have you put a date on the end of your career yet at some point? Have you thought, like, I don't want to fight when I'm 45, or do you not care? Do you want to do it as long as you can?
Oh, everyone asks me about this. I say this thing. If I'm happy, if I want to pay the price to stay there with young guys, try kill myself every day, like 2-3 times a day, make it diet, cut to weight, man. Why? If I'm happy with this, why I want to stop?
Are there ever days where you're going with young guys, you're cutting weight, where you're like, what the hell am I doing? I don't have to do this anymore.
But I'm thinking, what am I gonna do if I don't do this? I still find out. I try, but it's hard. It's hard. I try find out something. Maybe I open my gym, I teach. Maybe be a corner man with the dad help him. It's hard. It's hard. That's a hard question.
Well, you got to fight now, Jared. What do you think about Jared's skills as an opponent? What does he present to you?
Stuff, man. The lightweight division is crazy. You take their rank, you see the number 30, 50. So only tough guys. It's the hardest weight class in the UFC. Easy.
Last thing for me, the goal here, I mean, you've got great skills on the feet, but we think about you as a submission fighter. Is it important you get a submission here to kind of get one back after the last one?
Of course, I think this.
Andrew, right here next to other side. Can I ask your thoughts on the upcoming lightweight title fight between Charles and Islam in Abu Dhabi? How do you see that fight playing out?
Islam is a tough fighter. He's a tough fighter, has a good wrestling, he has good jiu-jitsu too. But I think the moment is Charles Oliveira. He's the champion. He deserves this, and I think it's his moment.
And then the UFC just announced that they're going back to Brazil in January for their first pay-per-view since before the pandemic. Is the plan win here and then hopefully get a turnaround and fight in Rio in January?
Yeah, it's a good maybe. The UFC is back to Brazil is great because we need this. We need the show there. Brazil have a lot of talent, a lot of fighters. It's a good give opportunity for the fighters there. That's great. I hope I can be there.
In June, you passed your 20-year anniversary as a professional. What's the secret to your longevity?
Excuse me?
What is the secret to your long career?
Happiness. Happiness. Love what you do, man. It's not about money, not about be famous. Just love what you do. The guys kick me, punch me, and I still smile, still happy. Not too much, but still. Okay, guys, thank you. Sorry about my English, guys. Sorry.
Luke, man, welcome back. It's been 3 years, I guess, at this point. First fight week. I know it's still kind of early in the week, but what are the emotions like right now, and how does it feel to finally be back?
Feels right. Feels good. Gets better and better by the day. Definitely. I was nervous. 3 weeks ago, maybe 2 weeks ago. Excuse me. Yeah, but no. Whoops.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. I feel like you can all hear me up here anyway, but yeah, I'm fighting a beast, no doubt. And I wanted that. I want a guy that scares me and gets me up in the morning. And that fuels me to fucking push myself to that end of who I am. And that's what defines a real man, is the finding the biggest test, the biggest challenge, and going out there and fucking putting themselves up to it. You're going to succeed or die trying. Well, otherwise, no matter what, you're learning in the process, And, there were some moments in this training camp where it was long, man. He delayed this fight. It was supposed to be International Fight Week, and then something come up. He bitched and complained, and it went to Dallas, and then, I don't know, rumors of cosmetic bullshit. I don't know what's going on, but, hey, we're in August, and the UFC confirmed that this will be the last change, and, I like this opponent a lot. That put me right back into, the heat of it. You know me, I'm always going straight for the jugular. I've never been scared to do it, and I don't want to dance around. I'm not trying to do anything, stay here longer than I have to. I want to go out there, and I want to try to fucking do this thing right. So I got through those hard points in the training camps, the parts that were like injuries and things, and was it right? Is it wrong? Where am I at? What's this? But I feel fucking good. Right now, I feel stronger and stronger by the day, and it feels right. I'm not questioning myself. I'm gonna go out there no matter what. I'm gonna go out there. I'm gonna try to be the best I can be. And like I said before, the less I question myself, the more I can see this man questioning himself.
I was going to ask you about that. You talk about what a dangerous guy is, and he certainly has been at times, but he's been inconsistent as of late as well. And it feels like there's a lot of question marks around him.
Adversity makes a man. He has not been able to deal with adversity. It's only getting worse. And we'll see who the man shows up. This is the real test. The first loss was one thing, and he used weight as a weakness, as what he did. He missed weight. He tried to pull the 10 pounds up, and he couldn't. Then he used that that is an advantage he's trying to seek because he's a fucking weak-minded motherfucker. But now the real test is here. This is like one loss, 2 losses. Everything's on the line now. Now as the fucking real man shows up. I've dealt with adversity in the past. I lost my second fight. Everyone was already, before I even fought, they were like ready to put me in versus Matt Hughes. I remember they're like, you can fucking win right now. And I go out and lose, and everyone's like, oh, he's nothing. I'm like, fuck all you. I'm still the man. I stormed through everybody, and I won Strikeforce World Championship over, and I defended that motherfucker twice. I come to the UFC, disrespected, right off the bat. The Daniel and fucking Gilbert, they all got credit. I didn't get shit. Go fight Vitor on steroids in fucking Brazil. Kick clip, get fucking spinning heel kicked in the face. Oh, he ain't shit. He ain't fucking nothing. Now he's really not nothing. Fucking bullshit. I go fight Costa Philippou, a fucking dangerous striker. I should fucking get mopped in that. Then I'm gonna take him down. I need to do this, do that. What did I do? I knocked that motherfucker out. The same fucking fighter. The same guys working off intimidation and power and what they do. I've dealt with adversity. He hasn't.
The way you speak right now, obviously, it's fight week. There's an edge about you, but I just wonder, I guess, kind of what your relationship is with the sport right now. Like, you're here, but are you enjoying the process at all? Is this something that you're like, I'm happy I made this choice, or is it just like, this is something I have to do?
No, it's something I want to do. I've took a long time away to understand what I want and to go do this thing on my own accord. And, I chased it and forced it, and I did this shit out of hate for a while, especially after losing the title. I lost my focus after I won the title, the undisputed title. I went at it for the wrong reasons, for money and different things, and you're trying to fucking navigate business and different things, and you're going out there trying to overprove yourself and force the situation. You can see it in my fight. You watch the first Bisping fight, I was a predator. I was a killer. And I went in the second fight just fucking like an idiot running forward. After I lost the title, then you get belittled by the beast. The leverage game. All business, anywhere you go. It's not just the UFC. I mean, it's a bigger, stronger mafia here, for sure. And they belittle you, and they try to gain advantage and try to belittle your worth. And it turns into hate. And you start fighting out of hate to prove yourself, to do this, to do that, and do it all for all the wrong reasons. Yeah. And I did that for a while. And injuries corrupt you too, of course. And they make you force the issue, and they compromise you, and they make you do different things. And I ran to Florida trying to figure it out, trying to force what's wrong, what's this, that's that. And you try to go, and you go in uncomfortable positions that's not you. And I was like, fuck, I lost my fucking love for the sport. And I got out of, going into 205 too, all these things, fighting Yoel and him missing weight and fucking, Yoel cheating son of a bitch and everything else he's doing too. The time away just gave me an understanding of learning about my body, really, learning what is health, and correcting everything. And that time I chose to go away and to live my life, because you get caught up in the beast that is the UFC, and you're always preparing for a fight, or you're recovering from a fight. There's a fight on the horizon. You can't go here, you can't go there, you can't go with your friends, your family, you can't do all this shit in life. And I was like, fuck, I want to go fucking live some life. And you don't even mature, you don't grow, because you're doing all this shit. And then you're like, oh, you got to go media, you got to do sponsorships, engagements, and you're caught up in a whirlwind of fucking just craziness. Is fucked up. So it was a chance for me to grow, mature, learn what I wanted to do next, give to the people. And then so many injuries and things that mounted, shoulders, and so having to really navigate the essence of health and what it is, and then obviously falling into COVID and wanting to go out and live my life, and then getting fucking shot down by COVID. So it's kind of fucked up. So I ended up drinking way too much, partying way too much, and doing the things like I think most of us did. Went off the fucking deep end, and I'm fucking living life and doing things. And then a lot of bad things happened in my life, and broke me down. And then I just kind of hit the wall, and I was like, I started to kind of train I started to train a bit, try to build it back, but I was still partying on the weekends and doing things, and you can't really build my body back to a place where I was like, okay, I could fight. And then something really, the abortion and all the bad shit happened, all the lies, and it was fucking hard, because when you think about having a kid, when you're ready to have it, and you're like, it was not like, it was a mistake, it wasn't like it was meant to be, but once it happened, it was like, oh, okay, maybe I can do this and this, that, and it just starts breeding lies, and then, the lifestyle it was not, can't bring people into lies, and it just week to week, it just got worse and worse, and so we had to pull the plug, and I believe we made the right decision, and I was just like, fuck, this all needs to fucking stop, I want to have a family one day, but I want to do it right. When it's healthy and when it's right. And I got to be a good position in my life. And my life was just going fucking down the wrong way, and I needed to get back in the gym, and I needed to get my health and do my thing. And so that started with sobriety. So 7 months now, about going strong and just really investing in health. I partnered with a biohacking team to get all my nutrition right without getting just optimum levels of athleticism, and when you get your body right, when the vessel's right, the head gets right, and putting all those pieces into play, and my life started to come back together. Everything started to really pull back in all these different avenues of success and growth and places, and it came to me, and then being in there and feeling the energy with Perillo and Cheeto. There's no one more real than Perillo. Fucking guy took my world title. It's a small fucking world. I mean, who better to work with than the guy that knows my weaknesses, right? So fuck. Drawing inspiration from Cheeto too. Fucking guy's a little gangster. I love his energy, and you got to learn from the young bucks sometimes. There's always little things like, just running, the foundation, the balance, the fucking density in your legs. when you're fucking strong down low, it's like it just builds the foundation of what's upstairs. And the mind, and it's all out of you. You can stop at any time on the road and quit, or you can keep fucking going. And a lot of those things I pulled from that little motherfucker, and has strengthened me and put me back here. And my life is, learning what is health. Almost like what is it? What is health? Right? Health is wealth. Health is the ultimate luxury in life. If we're all out of health, we have nothing. So. Correcting. We're building tendencies and problems every day. Our circulation's going down. We're all fucking dying at a certain rate. If you're not pricking, you're poking, you're moving, you're trying to fight that, you're going to fall that much faster. So it's learning the corrective patterns of life and increasing circulation and decreasing inflammation and fucking getting all the toxicity out of your body. All these things which led me to believe that I could fucking fight at the best. And so once I felt that, it was like, let's go test myself against the best. Let's go to AK. Let's go to fucking Florida. Let's go around here and let's fucking feel it out. Guess what? I still fucking got it.
Nice. Last thing for me, Luke. I mean, the big moment, as you said, you got a dangerous guy, you're back. You want to win this fight. You want to fight for a title. But I'm just curious, this phase of your career, do you view this as like a long-term return to the sport? Like, you're fully back and you love it and you're in it? Or is this just like, come in, get gold, get out, prove the point?
It's a 1-2 punch. 1-2 punch. That's it. I mean, this is it, man. I want to come. My last fight at middleweight was against Yoel Romero for the world title. And he missed weight by 3 pounds to gain an advantage. And God knows what else he was fucking doing. I'm here. I'm fighting one of the baddest motherfuckers. I get through him. What's next? If they don't give it to me, see ya. I don't need shit. That's why I can be the man I am today in front of you and say it like it is. And I see all you guys around here right now, and I see this motherfucker right here. You got to do your fucking homework. You fucking, this degenerate culture of fucking barstool sports and full sin is like you got to do your homework. You can't approach Cheeto and give him a fucking Mexican mask about his culture. His culture, he's fucking Ecuadorian, motherfucker. Do your homework.
It wasn't to do with his background. I was literally just in San Diego, bro.
No, but you gave him a Mexican mask and you said, this is your culture. Like you're wrestling. You said something along those lines.
I said
it was a disrespect. It was a disrespect to him and where he's from. So it's about being a reporter. It's about doing your homework and really understanding what I know you guys got carte blanche because Dana's fucking partner with you guys right now, but fucking do your fucking homework and grow a better culture.
So Jason,
stop giving bad culture to kids.
Jason House is his manager, who's a friend of mine. I
Yeah.
had texted Jason before I did the interview. I said, hey, Jason, I went out, I picked up this thing from the market. Nothing to do with Cheeto's culture. It was just something interesting.
You related it to him being a Mexican.
No, I didn't. When did I call
That's
him?
how he took it. That's Mexican culture.
But when did I call him Mexican in the interview? Anyways, I worked it out with Jason.
I know. I'm just saying, just do your homework before you get there, and it's just creating better culture, man. That's what it comes down to.
I get you, bro. But like I said, it was no.
I understand. But I'm just saying.
I got
Just
you.
for future reference.
Have you watched any of our other interviews?
No, I don't.
All right, man. Appreciate you.
Luke, over the
And I don't you either. It's all good.
Luke, down here to your left. Over the past few weeks, you've been very vocal about fighter pay. Do you worry that maybe the promotion will sort of be rooting against you if you continue to talk out about that subject?
Root against me for what? What are they gonna do? I mean, root against me. Go for it. Do your thing, dude. I'm here to fight. I'm not saying anything that's not real. Everything I'm saying is justified and truthful. Just because I should be in a position of power before I say this shit, fuck off. I got nothing to lose. I don't need this business. It's just I love fighting, and I'm here to fight the best motherfuckers, and this happens to be the place where it's done. The company is fucking growing, and they're implementing other little stupid ass bonuses, $5,000 here, $5,000 there, $50,000, man. We've been stuck on this motherfucker for fucking 20 fucking years. I mean, back when GSP fought Jake, what is it, 100,000? Fucking, there was growing. There was when Lorenzo and Frank were running the show, there was real grounding wires. These guys don't know what they're doing. They're letting Dana just run the show and suppress the sport. They need to grow. This whole fucking thing needs to grow together. Our lives are on the fucking line. Healthcare needs to be taken care of. Our fucking health needs to be taken care of. Mine has not been taken care of. You know what I mean? It's like there's a lot of things that need to fucking change. It's like I'm just not gonna be scared to say it. Everyone wants to fucking, because they want to get that title shot. They want to move up. And I've fucking done it all. And it's like, yeah, this is business. Every business is like this. It's about leverage. It's a game of leverage in life. And it's about fucking always keeping the upper hand. It's not just here. It's everywhere. And if you let these motherfuckers think that they have that leverage, it's only going to grow above you. So it's just people understanding their worth.
Luke, how would you advise another fighter to understand that worth? Right here.
Fucking leverage yourself outside the game, you know what I mean? As much as I dislike, like, you know, like what I've done, I mean, I've been fucking very much in the fucking bad world, but, you know, and as much as I dislike where these guys are going and what they represent, like the fucking Sean O'Malley's and the Patties, these fucking guys have leveraged the game. They know what's going on, and they have the power. I'd like to see it be done differently, whatever, you know, fucking respect to them for understanding that and taking the time away. The Patty kid seems to have they're both not dumb at all. They both are doing their thing, but, you know, I'd just like to see a better culture grow.
And when you say your health hasn't been taken care of, can you elaborate on that?
I don't need to. I mean, it's just things should be easier. You know what I mean? The insurance should be fucking year round. It shouldn't be like, you know, it's like there should be real health. You know, the giant is growing, and it's like there's one thing that should be fucking paramount is our fighters' health. You know, and it's like all these things get played, and it's like we should have fucking health in every facet. You know, so we don't have to worry about shit. Because it's fucking our lives and our bodies are on the line every fucking time we step into that cage. And if we're not fucking protected, it's like, fuck, come on. Wake up.
Agreed. And last thing, to bring it back to the fight, you said Paulo's weak-minded. It's been 3 years today since he won a fight, and that was a very close one against Yoel. Is it important for you in this fight to try to take that confidence, whatever he may have, away early in this fight?
Yeah, 100%. You saw the recipe with what Israel did. You know, it's not forcing the issue though. It's like I've done in the past. Is trying to get the false sense of confidence, you know, trying to intimidate right off the bat. It's kind of what you know, Dominic Cruz went in right off the bat. He tried to come off, and it's not him. It was showed weakness, you know. And Cheeto was was in his head already. So it's like, you know, assessing and attacking at the right time, but you got to show that man that you're the bigger man, you know. Like I said, adversity, he does not know how to deal with it. And if you intimidate, he's a man that fights off emotion and intimidation. And if you give him that, he's gonna run with it. But yeah, I'm a dangerous striker from the outside. He's got to cross that line. He's got to get to the inside. He's got to get at me. And with that being said, if you cross that line, you misstep, you slip, you fall. Wrestling and grappling and all these things that. There's a big fucking gap between me and him. And if he makes that step, this game is over. This fight is fucking over. And so, you know, making him fucking know that there's weapons on the outside, and that anytime he fucking makes a mistake, there's gonna be weapons on the inside.
And that's natural for you, right? Like you, unlike Dominic, who maybe you kind of referenced, maybe forced it a bit, you still have the record for most first-round finishes in UFC Strikeforce history. So that just is natural for you, right?
Yeah. No, it comes. You know, it comes when I naturally let it come, for sure.
Real quick over here, I just think it's super interesting that you've been using mushrooms and marijuana while you're training. Can you talk about how that's helped?
Mushrooms expand your thought process. They open up new neural pathways in your brain. Alcohol shuts your brain down. It closes. It puts holes in your fucking brain. Meek Mill put up a tweet a couple days ago. Read it. Fucking, I was happier. I was smarter. I was fucking. You know, it's like you're late to the party, buddy.
Yeah.
Everything is a medicine until it's a poison too. Of course, everything can be abused and used in the wrong setting and the wrong, party atmosphere, all these things, But if you're doing it right and channeling and giving yourself perspective in life, the whole psychedelic community, the whole Timothy Leary project, Stanislav Grof, the world put out some fucking false studies because Big Pharma, there's no money in fucking curing people. It's about suppressing people. And people need to wake up. Now it's like Big Pharma's getting their hands in on fucking mushrooms, and then they're gonna, when they know that they've got the fucking market cornered, they're gonna allow the world and the public, because the world believes what the government fucking tells them. So.
What gave you the idea to use it though for training?
I mean, I've been playing with it since high school.
Right. Okay.
I'm from Santa Cruz, dude.
Thanks.
I'm fucking smoking bong hits and fucking.
Yeah.
But it's like life is it's a balance. As your body chemistry changes as you grow older and where you're at in stages, and so it's like you re-implement and implement, and so it's like different types of the game and how you use it. It all matters. So yeah, I mean it's feeling. It's all process. Everyone's got to try it. It's like life is science. You got to try things, test things. If they work for you, everyone's body chemistry is different. And yeah, try things, but don't abuse things. Everything is medicine until it's a poison.
Luke, front row on your right. You alluded to earlier the process of how long it took to get here, kind of the delays and all that. Now you're fighting Saturday in a place that's having its first ever UFC pay-per-view. What was your reaction to finding out you're finally getting a fight and it's in Salt Lake City, and what are your expectations here?
Yeah, I mean it's I'm up at Park City, so it's fucking high. It's fucking hot. I'm excited to come here, man. It's a beautiful place and a long journey to be here. Like I said, I've put everything in life into play, and I feel like I've already won making it back here, and I got nothing to lose. That makes me very fucking dangerous. And then people like I had DC and RC, they asked me, RC, what I said, if you want this and you don't need this, like what's gonna like get you up, in the fight when you get hurt, if you get knocked down? It's like, have you ever seen me fucking quit? I've never had a fucking kids or things. I'm a fucking man, and I'm going against another man who's trying to take my fucking soul. Say, I've been caught, I've lost fights, but I've never fucking quit. No one has outbested me. And, I'm excited to go out there and fucking fight and just put it on the fucking line. Paulo, he's a fucking quitter.
And just as a quick follow-up to that, Utah's a place that used to be kind of a hotbed for producing MMA talent, sending guys to the UFC. Out of 700 fighters signed to the company now, one is from Utah. He's not on the card this weekend. How can an event like this kind of maybe spur MMA growth in a community such as this?
I hope so. You guys pay for it, right? I think there was a big budget here to bring the UFC here. I'm pretty sure, right? I think MMA is growing everywhere around the world, and I think this should spark some inspiration for the kids for sure. To maybe growing. You need schools, you need different things, and so it's I'm curious. I heard the last one was empty, and we put it on a holiday, so hopefully there's some people in the arena.
Luke, over here. I'm just curious. I saw you over at the pit with Ramsey Nijam and Dominico Salas, two local MMA fighters, big OGs in the fight game. I'm curious how you got to know them and how all of you kind of met up to train together.
Ramsey was he's always around. My buddy Tariq Azim, who's in my corner, my brother from another mother. They were up in the Bay Area, working, and I was always going up. I'm always looking for the best guys around, and so me and Jake Shields, and Gilbert Melendez, we all used to work together back in the Strikeforce days. They'd come to us, and we'd go up to them, and I met Chark, and so it's just like, the Bay Area strength, we just kind of all grew together. So, and that other kid too is pretty funny. He's a classic. I saw him last night. He was just doing some he's a big boy, throwing some spinning shit. I love that. But good people, and I think that could be a start, of some people that could to grow, It's got to start somewhere. Good to go. Let's do it, guys.
How's it going, guys?
Good. All right, getting ready for a rematch 7 years in the making. I mean, is that in itself a little bit crazy to you that, you've been at this game so long that you can be looking at a fight from 7 years ago?
Now that you say it, yeah. Didn't really think of it like that. Yeah, I mean, Leon's a tough guy. I always knew that skillful fighter. And I always knew that he would make his way through the division. I didn't know how far he would get, but, he's here now, so we got to deal with him.
Stylistically, obviously, it's going to be, you would think, different. I mean, you guys have both improved greatly since the first meeting. But I just wonder, I mean, in that time, in 7 years, can his wrestling get better than your wrestling? Can your striking get better than his striking? I mean, can those flip on either side, or is this still kind of a similar fight?
Not a similar fight. I think we're both much more experienced, which means we're both going to take our time and be able to, now we could set up kind of what we want to set up and pull out some of the tricks, that we plan to. But one thing for sure, there's a reason wrestling is the hardest sport in the world. 7 years, it can improve greatly. It can improve greatly to where you're utilizing it better, you're defending better with it. But when it comes down to it, let's be honest, he don't want to wrestle with me. And it just doesn't matter. I've been doing this for almost over 20 years, and 7 years, it's not going to get better than mine. It's going to be effective, but it's not going to get better than mine.
Obviously, as we said, stylistically, it's going to be a different fight. I mean, a fight is a fight. But do you think you have like a little mental edge over him just for the fact that, like, hey, we did this before, and you know what happened?
Yeah, let's be honest. When it comes down to it at the end of the day, when it's him and I locked in there, if we can shut out everybody, he knows what's going to happen, and I know what's going to happen.
I know sometimes you don't worry so much about legacy, let other people decide that, but tying Anderson Silva's record of most consecutive wins, I mean, is that something, an accomplishment that does stand out to you as like, wow, this is pretty special?
It is. It's a special accomplishment since you guys have brought it to my attention once again, because I didn't know that until the last week or two. Yeah, it is special. It goes to, it's one of those things that just it lets you know all the work that you've put in over the years and all the training and the guidance from your coaches and your team to get to the point where Anderson Silva was doing the sport before I knew about the sport. And I remember when I started watching the UFC, that was the man. That's the guy to watch. And now, being in a position to be able to tie that record, it means a lot to me.
Last thing for me, you pick up a big win on Saturday. Are you at UFC 279 cage side next month to see who wins that fight and maybe see what your future is, or do you not worry about what else is going on in the division with fights like Khamzat and Nate?
79, that's those two?
Yeah.
Yeah, no. I think, is it here in the States?
Vegas.
Where?
Vegas.
Vegas? No, I think what is that, September what? 10th? Yeah, no. Probably be overseas somewhere for a much-needed vacation. And, it's probably Fashion Week. So got to take my talents to Fashion Week and see what's going on out there.
Kamaru, when you hear people talk about you being the GOAT of the division or even the GOAT of the sport, is it kind of surreal to you to hear that, or is that something that you kind of always expected when you started doing this?
No, it's very, very surreal. And I think that's what sets me apart is in my own head, I know where I'm at. And it's never enough for me. And so, when people are saying some of those things, it's like, oh, that's great. But in my head, I know what's enough. So this is one thing that and I'm sure a lot of people in my position feel the same way. When people say, oh, stay humble, stay humble, stay humble. What? Don't fucking tell me that. I'm humble. I know what humble is. In my own head, I know what humble is. The reason I continue to excel is because I know what humble is. To everyone, they might see you and think, oh, you're becoming that big of a star. Stay humble, stay humble. In my head, I'm still this way. I'm this guy. And so at the end of the day, when I'm naked and I look at myself in the mirror, I'm still the guy that I was when I was 3 years old. So, that's just that. I continue to strive.
So with that in mind, that said, do you feel that you're still chasing GOAT status, or are you defending it at this point?
No, I just want to put one foot in front of the other. As long as I continue, like I've said before, as long as I continue to knock off the next guy and the next guy and the next guy, when I walk away from this sport, all of you guys are going to be like, shit, that dude did some work while he was here.
When you say, you talk about being humble and knowing where you are, does it make you laugh then when you hear Leon saying it's gone to your head and you're out here looking like Terry Crews from White Chicks and stuff like that?
That's a good one. That's a good one. It's exactly how I feel. Brother does a movie and everybody say he Hollywood now. But guess what? When I was in college eating $5 Little Caesars pizza and I was surviving off of that for 2 days and eating ramen noodles for the whole week, you know what I did? I dreamt of getting to a point where I didn't have to do that. I could walk into any steakhouse, order whatever I wanted on there. I could tell my mom and dad, hey, you guys want to go there? Got you. Let's go there. You guys want to fly private? Got you. Let's do that. I always dreamt of that, and I wondered. I always wanted that. So I put the work in to get to the point. To get to the point where I always wanted silk shirts. You wear those cotton shirts, you wash them once or twice, shrink on you, Now I could wear silk shirts. I always wanted that. Of course, I put the work in and I got that. But that doesn't stop me. I want to be bigger than Dwayne Johnson, bigger than him. So that means I need more work. So this notion of when people say, oh, you're Hollywood now, it's going to his head, that thing is ridiculous to me. And if he's thinking that, that's the biggest misconception. It'll be a short night for him come Saturday night.
This mindset you have where you don't really pay attention to the record books and like people are bringing them to your attention. Have you always been like that, like dating back to your college wrestling career, or is it like was there a moment where you'd be like, I need to shut all this noise out?
I think it's just growing through time and time again. I remember in high school, I started wrestling in high school. My sophomore year is when I really started competing, and I wanted to be state champion so bad, to where I trained, and then my senior year, I got beat for third, and I got beat, and I ended up getting third, and I just remember feeling like, oh, I'm a failure. Everyone knows, everyone's talking about me. Then I go outside, no one gives a shit, no one cares. It's like, okay, what's next? But inside, I was like, what's next? And then you go off to college, and you do the same thing. And then you come into MMA, and I'm going to be honest, it wasn't always like that. MMA is a different animal. Let's say we have the best and worst fans in the world. Let's just be honest. And it was a point where I wanted to, because I didn't get into it to be famous or rich by any means. I wanted to make some money. Take that back. I wanted to make some bread. I wanted some money. But I got into it, and I didn't really care. It wasn't for the people, for fans to like me and people to like me. But then I got into it. I'm like, if I'm doing something that's this hard, and people are just talking shit about it, even if you do it, it's not enough. They don't care how well you do it. They still talk shit to you, and it bothered me. And I have to say, it bothered me the most. I fought Emil Mack in St. Louis, and I made a comment after the fight, and which was taken the wrong way. I guess is the way that I said it. And Dana commented on it, and I felt like I lost the fight. I just felt so shitty. I stayed away from social media for a week, and it hurt me so bad that even after a win, that it was really bothering me this bad in the backlash. And so, I took some time off, and then in that process of healing, I just matured so much. And in the last 3-4 years, I've grown exponentially mentally. And it's just a point where I don't really give a shit. Like, why am I gonna worry about this dude on his keyboard saying this, tweeting this, when, bro, you don't pay my bills? My daughter got to go to school. You don't pay for her lunch. I ate free lunch at school. My daughter eats private school lunch now. Somebody got to pay for that. So if they're not doing it, why am I worried about their opinion? So, it took a lot of growing, and I'm sure, I'm sure my brother now is in a position to where he's coming into the UFC, and he hasn't really experienced what MMA fans are. So I'm sure me and him are gonna be having a talk here and there soon. Yeah, what to expect.
And I know you don't listen to people say on the internet, but the man you're fighting on Saturday was in here earlier, and he said compared to your last 4 or 5 opponents, he's by far the best striker, and he'd even put himself the top of the division as overall striking. So I'm curious where you rate him among your past opponents over the last few years.
I think he's, like I said, he's the next guy up, so he's the biggest, baddest dude. According to everybody, he's the biggest, baddest dude. And I think skill-wise, he's very, very, very good. But when Masvidal was up here. Come on, we were singing this different tune. He's the most dangerous striker. He's never been finished. He's slick. He's nice, which he is. Very, very good striker. And, you know, they were singing that tune. And then we all saw what Masvidal did to him over there in London, you know. And, hey, it is what it is. If that makes him feel better, that's fine. Whether you're a striker, whether you're a wrestler, whether you're a grappler, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, I have one thing that they all don't have, and that is the ability to go out there and get the win.
And for a while, a lot of the welterweight division contenders weren't really fighting, especially in the top 5. You were just going down the list, but they weren't really fighting each other.
Still ain't fighting.
But now we have Bilal Muhammad fighting Sean Brady, Hamzat's fighting Nate, Jeff Neal picked up big wins. So now as the champion, there's at least some.
What's that guy ranked that you said is fighting?
Jeff Neal?
No, the other guy. That's
Hamzat?
Nate.
Nate. Hamzat.
What's Nate? What's Nate ranked?
Unranked.
Okay. So a lot of them are fighting, right? Who's one? Who's number 1?
I think it's still Colby.
Okay, is he fighting?
No.
Who's number 2?
I think Gilbert still.
Is he fighting? Who's number 3?
Leon.
Okay. 4. Okay.
6 is Wonder Boy.
Is he fighting? 7. So these guys just got to sit there and wait for me to call their number, and they'll fight. So, I mean, this is the thing with contenders. The next guy, the next guy, the next guy. That's you guys' job to build them up, you know, and that's great because it's good for me. But the reason these guys are fighting is because I'm fighting. You know, we're active. You know, my coaches are staying busy because we have to continuously train for all these guys. We did it 3 times last year. I mean, champions aren't really doing that besides myself, Izzy, and you know, who's really doing that.
Since we're on the topic of potential next people, Dana did say last night, you know, kind of the rare thing. He said, I'll say if Hamzat wins, that's probably fair to say he'll be next for Kamaru if he wins. If that lines up, you know, he'd be undefeated, coming off a win over Nate Diaz. You would be going for the sole possession of the winning streak record. Do you feel like this could be like a super gigantic fight between the two of you?
I think any fight that I fight next is going to be a gigantic fight. I've already stated that I wanted that light heavyweight belt. You know, for a lot of people it's crazy, but a lot of things seem crazy until it's done. And so, hey, I stated that I wanted it. After this win, you know, Dana and I will sit down and we'll have a conversation.
Is that something you're actually going to broach? Like, hey, this could be the time to do 205. Do you feel like the time
Like, why
is right?
you guys think I kid when I come up here? I usually laugh when I'm kidding, you know, but if I'm not kidding. And everyone thought I was playing with the whole Canelo situation. I wasn't. Hey, I really wanted that. It's something that I wanted. You know, it didn't come to fruition then. You know, who knows what the future holds. But that light heavyweight belt, you know, I'm not saying I will run through the division. Now, don't get me wrong. But at the top, I think I can get it done.
Is there any other wants in your life and career that you want to reveal to us?
Once, and like I just said it, I want to be bigger than Dwayne Johnson. So, and I want his bankroll too. So.
And one question for you. You know, Nate Diaz, he's fighting Hamzat. This is probably going to be his last fight in the UFC. What do you think the legacy he leaves behind in the sport is, or in the UFC?
2 scrappers, a gamer. He's always a gamer. He was always a scrapper himself and his brother. You know, I respect all everybody who's willing to get in here, to train and get in here and compete and have success. Like, I respect everyone, and I respect him and his brother. You know, unfortunately, we didn't get to, you know, step in there and duke it out together. But, you know, our full respect to them, and, you know, more power to him, and good luck with him and in his future career.
And last thing from me, I know the time off is largely being due to the hand and stuff, but at the press conference or your last fight, you had that really powerful quote about wanting to spend time with your daughter and kind of, you know, attend that part of your life. How, you know, significant is that being during this time off, and how refreshed do you maybe feel due to, you know, spending that time with her?
It's crazy. That's a good question. It's crazy because it's a double-edged sword. Because that's my world. I want to spend a ton of time with her, but while I'm home and I'm spending, I literally was a soccer dad. I'm telling you, I'm getting up at 6 a.m., getting her ready, dropping her off at school, and then, you know, I go train and come back and do a couple of things in the house. I'm kind of a clean freak, so I'm cleaning the house, do a couple of things. Then it's 2:30, time to go pick her up again, pick her up from school. Now it's her time. I got to drive her to tennis practice, then pick her up, make dinner, and all this. So I was pretty much doing that for a while. But after a while, it's like, damn, I'm kind of bored here. It's time to beat somebody up already. So, it's a double-edged sword. I miss her greatly. Now being in Denver, I miss her a lot, and she's getting to the point now where she's 8 going on 13. So, slick mouth, slick girl, but she's amazing, and one of the smartest girls ever. So, I can't wait till Sunday. And if most of you don't know, this is my favorite part about this whole thing. At first, when I started my career, was of course I wanted to compete, beat these guys. Yeah, that was great. But I have to be honest, my favorite part now, and I'm not kidding, I'm not selling no story. My favorite part is on Sunday, when I get to fly home with her. When we get into the house and we walk into our house, that is my favorite part right now about doing this sport. All this leading up, it's tough, it's hard, it's draining because I still got this weight to cut and I still got to perform on Saturday. But on Sunday, after that victory and we fly home and we walk into our house, it's a feeling that I live for now.
Kamaru down here in front. You're speaking about 205, and I know that you said that we think that you're kidding because, I think it's because no one's ever done that before. It would be an unprecedented thing. What does that look like, and do you have a plan for it? Like, do you have, like, an idea of, like, okay, I'm going to move up, I'm going to put on weight? Like, what does that look like?
I need to put on the weight. Like, people don't understand what my death grip is like. I'm trying to get around you. I don't care whether you're heavyweight, 205. These guys understand where my strength is. But I'll leave that up to I have an idea of what I want to do in a fight, but I leave that up to my coaches. Trevor, what he can dial up, George, some of the tricks that they want to dial up, and Ben, and how we want to approach that. But, I have an approach of how I want to fight those fights in my head, which usually comes out when everything else is failing in the fight. I just fuck it. I just go to however I want to fight it, I'm going to fight it. I'm going to try the coach's way. Yeah, I'm going to try it. This is what y'all dialed up. I'm going to do it. But if everything's failing, fuck it. Let's just go.
Being bigger than The Rock, being bigger than Dwayne Johnson, how do you get there? What's the path there?
Oh, I don't know. That's why I guess this is a journey of life, right? I don't know. I didn't know how to get here. I didn't know. I remember sitting in the apartment in Colorado Springs, and I watched John Jones win the light heavyweight title out of Shogun, and I was like, oh shit, I know John. I want to go do that. I think I want to do that sport. I had no idea what that roadmap's going to look like, and I don't have any idea what the roadmap's going to look like. But nowadays I'm around some people who have better insight on what that looks like. And, I'm starting to do a little acting now. So so hopefully one day we'll get there.
And that's what I want to ask you about. What can you tell us about Black Panther?
I can tell you it's different. Well, first and foremost, it's a different field. That acting ain't easy. It's a different field. Standing around for 14 hours a day, that's not easy at all. Newfound respect for all those actors, but I was just blessed to be able to be on set with some amazing actors and actresses. And it's we all watch movies and we see them act and we're like, I can do that. But then you get there, it's like, oh shit, this is harder than I thought. So a lot of respect for them. I think it's going to be an incredible movie. Director Ryan Coogler, an amazing director, and I think you never know what they cut at the end. So hopefully my scenes stay in there. So fingers crossed. But if they cut it the way that they know how, I think it's going to be a fantastic movie. I think it's going to take you on an emotional roller coaster. But all in all, fantastic. Marvel don't usually miss, so we'll see.
Thanks, man.
All the DC fans don't come at me.
Kamaru, just on that point, speaking of acting, did you see Dean Thomas's impersonation of you?
I did see it.
What'd you think?
It's hilarious. He don't look quite like me, but it's hilarious.
Come on, another one over here. You've mentioned that story of you seeing John win the title, and then that kind of inspired you to pursue this MMA. If he came back down to 205 and you were up there, is that a fighter that you would not want to fight just based on your friendship?
Hey, we gotta chill with these scenarios now. John is John. He's big as hell. He's big as hell, which is why he can easily make that transition to light heavyweight. If the money's right, I'll try my luck. But John is great. John is a fantastic competitor, and definitely in that conversation as the best ever.
Yeah, and on Saturday, there's also another Nigerian fighting. Anthony Joshua's fighting Usyk rematch. So I'm curious what you make of that fight.
I know Joshua switched camps for this fight. I'm hoping, the preparation is there. Like I mentioned earlier, when we go into as fighters, we all have an idea of how we want to fight. But when we go into fights, there's a reason we have coaches and we trust in their opinion. And I think Joshua tried to do that the first fight, But if it's not working, fuck it, we got to fight. You bring out that Nigerian dog and you go out there and get the win somehow. So I'm hoping he has that mentality and that attitude. And if he does, we could see the belts come back to him.
You mentioned your brother briefly the other night when he earned that contract. First, how proud of his accomplishment, how nerve-wracking, if there were any nerves for you, and what's the possibility in the future we see two Usmans holding belts up there?
I mean, it's been, first and foremost, it's been a while since I cornered someone. A few months. I think the last one really that I felt, Francis' fight was great. I think when Francis won the belt, it kind of felt like that. Sometimes you just get filled with so much adrenaline and so much joy to where I mess around and fuck my knee up trying to jump up there on that thing. So it's, you're just filled with so much joy. You just explode with all of that. And, I mean, it was a great and amazing feeling to see him get that success because he's been at this for a little while, just a little bit now, and he still has a long way to go. But, Francis as well is my brother, so... hopefully we are out of the sport before all these young guns start coming after us. So, we want to get in the sport, make the biggest splash ever, make our money, and walk away before some of these, time waits for no man. So when these young guns come up there and they try to challenge us, hopefully we out of the way.
And lastly, as a guy that's never owned a silk shirt, you mentioned the cotton shrinks. Does the silk not shrink?
It's nice. It's nice. You feel this on the skin, you never go back. But I still rock with the cotton though. So, cotton, whoever, fabric of our lives, So, I'll cut a promo for you. So, call my manager, Ali Abdelaziz. We could do something. I still rock with cotton though. I train with it.
Appreciate you, champ.
Kamaru, front row on your right. As someone who's actually familiar with the Mountain Time Zone, what was your reaction to finding out that 278 was coming to Salt Lake City and that you'd be headlining here for the first pay-per-view in Salt Lake City ever?
Initially, I was like, okay, but at the end of the day, my paycheck doesn't really change. It stays the same. So, we just get to come out here and give Salt Lake City a treat. And if this fight goes anything like I'm imagining, we're going to give them a tremendous fight that they will never forget in Salt Lake City.
I was speaking to Steve Styler, former UFC fighter who was on Team Mayhem on The Ultimate Fighter back in the day. He was referencing, you being an assistant coach on that team, kind of learning MMA, seeing you put on the gloves for the first time. His words were, you were not the lion then yet that you would become. When you think back to those early days, what got you kind of through your beginning in the UFC to the point where you are now?
First of all, shout out to Steven Siler. I mean, tough kid, tough dude. I think we managed him at some point too, didn't we, Ali? Yes. Yeah, Steven Siler, good fighter, really, really good fighter. I always had the lion inside. The only thing was, it came out in different forms. If you ever see me in certain wrestling matches, I bring the dog out. But in MMA, it's a little different. You got to learn how to kind of hone that lion. It's kind of what we're about over in Denver at Onyx with Trevor. What hones you on the inside. The lion's always been in there. Just got to have to hone it and be able to be in a position and finding a way to bring it out when it's necessary. We saw in those, especially in that first Covington fight, I was battling a lot physically and mentally going into that fight. But, hey, when it calls for time to bring that dog and that lion out, I'm pretty good at finding them.
Real quick, I just wanted to say we're super excited for this fight, given that it's our first big fight ever here in Salt Lake. What are your impressions so far of our city?
I love the Midwest. I love the Salt Lake. Well, I guess Mountain Time. So, but you guys are close enough.
Yeah.
You guys that, but I love it here. I love it in Nebraska and Colorado. I love all these cities because it's not the biggest, but it's not the smallest. It's just enough for everyone, And I love the people, good people, with good values and good, just homegrown. And that's what's important to me, especially now being in the age where I was at. Now, if you ask me this question at 23, I want to be in Miami. But, these are kind of the things that are important to me now, family and, a good environment to be able to raise family and just be a good human.
And do you think training in Denver, where the elevation's even higher, is going to give you an edge on this fight?
I don't know. What gives me an edge is my will, and when push come to shove, and we start digging, both of us, we all know my shovel's bigger than everybody in the division. Thank you guys, appreciate you all.
Here just in case. He's all yours.
Paulo, welcome back. It's been about, I think, like 11 months at this point, and I just wonder what this time off has been like for you, because after everything that happened, people were like questioning your character and your integrity and your drive. What's this been like for you?
You mean this time out?
Yeah, and just having to hear the people during the time kind of maybe doubting you a little bit.
No, I don't see for the bad part of this. I just focus on the good things. I think the haters will be always haters, but it's just a little part of this audience and the fans. The most of people are supporting the whole time, and I'm happy for that. Very happy for that. And just focus on my work to do. Not focus on what the people think about what this or that, whatever, or fighters or whoever. Just focus on myself and do my things. That's why I think I got to my prime here.
Nice. You're back now facing Luke Rockhold. I'm just curious, how do you prepare for a guy that hasn't fought in 3 years? Do you assume that he'll be the same guy he was 3 years ago, or do you have to be prepared for surprise?
No, I prepare for the same for everybody. I'm just I don't prepare looking how good or not my opponent will be. I prepare to bring my best performance. And I did a very good camp, if I was fighting for the belt or something like that.
You've obviously had 2 setbacks, 2 losses, but against the best in the division. Does this feel like a must-win situation? Like you absolutely have to win this fight?
I think every fight you need to win. But, man, I put a lot enforcement, a lot engagement to win this next fight. It's very important to win, of course. And I did what I needed to do to get here very, very sharp. And I have no doubt I will win next Saturday because he's not more prepared and he hasn't my ability, my powerful, my prime that I bring for this fight.
Yes. Do you think about rankings in the championship picture and all that, or is it better to maybe not worry about that now and just think about each individual fight?
Sorry, say again.
Like, do you think about like where I am in the rankings, or will I get a title shot, or that, or is it better to like maybe forget that stuff and just focus on one fight at a time?
No, I am on the rank and I tried to fight somebody on the rank as well. On close position as me. I tried 3 months ago, but everybody refused. But look, accept. So I think it's a good match because former champion, good guy, good fighter, look good, you know, and he's popular, and so it's a good match.
And what kind of fight do you think we see here? Because on paper, it looks like it could be a pretty quick, powerful, fireworks, over in the first round type fight. Are you expecting that, or do you think this may be a drawn-out battle?
O pessoal acha que vai ser aquela luta assim que o pau vai comer, vai sair fogo para tudo, vai ser faísca. Ou você acha que realmente o negócio vai ser um pouco apertado, vai ficar tomar lá da cá um pouquinho?
I prepare for war, but I don't believe. I really don't believe he will can handle with me.
Nice. Last thing for me, most important question.
So I think this fight will finish quickly, but I don't care if he could on some way hold this and bring a war. I'm ready.
Nice. The last thing for me, the important question. On Twitter, is that you, or do you have like other people helping you?
No, just me.
It's pretty entertaining.
100%. 100%, believe. I will be a fun guy, but it's 100% me. Yeah.
Paulo, right here. It's been exactly 3 years since you won a fight for the last time against Yoel Romero as of today.
Oh, yeah.
How hungry are you for that feeling of victory again?
Yes, I think the most different things, the most different thing that moment is because I'm so happy, and my body is respond better than before. So I think I reach a fastest, how you say? Mais rápido.
Você acha que está mais rápido que você estava? I became faster.
Than that time, powerful than that time, smart than that time. You know, a better distance, go in and go out. You know, McGregor, his fake distance. I got this. I will put this on. So that's why I think this is better than that fight. A lot of people say good things about the fight when I fought Romero. It was amazing fight, great fight. But this will be better. At least for my side. I don't know. I say already for him. I don't know if Rockhold will handle with this. Could handle with this for long 3 rounds. I don't believe. But if he can, it will be a war better than I fought Romero.
And there's a lot of questions about Luke's chin and his ability to take punches. Is it important for you to pressure him early and test that chin and his ability to take damage in there?
I don't know if I need to hush him on the very beginning of the fight, but his chin will be tested. I have no doubt about that. Let's see. If he has some fragility on his chin, I'm not guilty.
And there's going to be a lot of questions about your weight for the next few days. Can you guarantee on Friday morning you're going to be 186 pounds or less?
Yes, I guarantee. If you want to bet, I want to bet. If you, I can make the weight tonight.
Over here.
Somebody want to bet? Nobody. I want a free money.
Luke did an interview earlier this week, and he said he has the best jiu-jitsu in the entire sport of MMA, even compared to Damian Maia. So I'm curious how you would rate his jiu-jitsu.
No, he's make some jokes. No, I don't believe that, man. He has big holes on his jiu-jitsu. Yeah.
And I saw you tweeted at Anthony Joshua the other day. You said you can run, but I'm coming for you. What exactly? Why are you tweeting at Anthony Joshua? I guess.
No, Josh. I admire Joshua. Joshua is a great such fighter. So, but I love boxing. I would like to fight some great guys on boxing. Of course, he's a high level, and I'd like to start boxing. Not Joshua for the first match. Start on. I will be on the ground, but I'd like to test me with great boxers.
Paulo, is this the last fight on your contract with the UFC?
I believe, yeah.
Will you leave the UFC after this?
Let's see. You need to talk. It's a business, just business. From UFC, business from me. We need to talk.
You also tweeted that you're the best looking man ever. And
who disagree?
And this weekend you will beat number 2 or 3. Do you think Luke Rockhold is number 2?
Yes, I think. I think.
Did Paddy Pimblett help you lose weight for this fight?
Yeah, he gave me some instruction. Man, look, if you look for me and Paddy, it's not joke anymore, but we have a lot potential to cut a lot of weight on short time. When I saw Paddy fight 2 weeks ago, I tweeted this. I say, man, this is short time to cut too much weight, but he did, and he did great, and me as well. So we knows how cut weight.
Paulo.
Yeah.
Did it take a lot of convincing to get you back in the middleweight division? Not back in the middleweight division, but did it take a lot of convincing for the UFC to allow you to fight at 185 pounds again?
No, I did nothing. I just say, no, I will stay on 185. It's a good question, good to clarify. I knew I could not make 185 1 month before I fight Marvin. I had an injury in my left arm. I could not still train anymore. And to make 185, I need to train serious, hard work. So I could not. And that's why I got here so heavy. You understand? I never miss a weight. I don't have a problem to make 185. You look now, I'm so lean. The weight is so low because I had no injuries, nothing. Of course, if you broke your tendon on your biceps, you cannot train anymore. So it's hard to cut weight if you cannot train, right? So that's why. And I say, no, I of course, I had no problem to make 185. So I am middleweight. If I want to fight on middleweight, I can fight on middleweight or light heavyweight. But I prefer do this on middleweight.
Where does a win against Luke Rockhold put you in the middleweight division?
Just Dana White knows. This win above Luke Rockhold put me where Dana White wants. Where UFC wants. it's up to today, not to me.
And last question for me. One of the big middleweights coming up right now is Bo Nickel. I'm curious if you have any thoughts on him, or have you noticed him on the Dana White Contender Series or anything like that?
Preciso.
Um dos nomes que estão chegando aí na divisão é o Bo Nickel. E um pensamento civil, não sei se chegou a ver a luta dele na Contender Series que ele teve.
Não conheço esse.
Bo Nickel, just gonna take him through Bo Nickel. Bo Nickel lutou na minha faculdade, é wrestling, campeão 3 vezes de faculdade na Penn State e lutou na Contender Series. Acabou com a luta rapidinho e o Dana não deu um contrato para ele, disse para voltar daqui a algumas semanas. Você não conhece ele então?
Não conheço, infelizmente. Unfortunately, I don't know him, and I didn't saw his fight. I didn't see his fight.
Ele é dos melhores wrestlers da história.
He say one of the best yeah, he is one of the best of the whole history of the college. Okay, I will see this guy, but vale a pena. It's worth, yeah. Welcome. Okay, guys, thank you very much. Obrigado, Tato.
Hello.
Jose, 14 years at this point under the Zuffa banner, still third in the world. I'm just curious, do you remember what your plan was when you came to Zuffa at 21 years old? Did you think you'd still be doing it this much longer?
14 anos na Zuffa. Aí terceiro. Você se lembra quais eram os teus planos quando você começou lá atrás? O que você visualizava na tua carreira?
Então, lá atrás, quando eu comecei, né, meus planos eram ser o campeão. Só que naquela época, vamos falar, eu lutava por uma estabilidade financeira. O primeiro principal era esse. E sempre foi ser o campeão e me manter sendo campeão. Isso que eu sempre treinei, isso que eu sempre acreditei na minha vida inteira, né? Então, hoje todo mundo me vê. Às vezes os amigos brincam, falando tipo, pô, você dessa foto aqui, você é o único que está lutando e consegue lutar ainda em alto nível. Então, é isso que eu procurei manter na conversa com o Dedé, com todo mundo, sempre me manter num alto nível e sair campeão.
My train of thought was always to be a champion, but back in the day, it was actually to have financial stability. And I know and then later on became to be a champion and to maintain the fighting style at a championship level. Even my friends, they joke around, they look at pictures from back in the day and say, out of that picture, you're the only guy who's still fighting. So thankfully, I always talk to Dede about this. I've been able to accomplish that, to maintain a high level of championship caliber fighting.
Yeah, and that's not an easy lifestyle to do. So I wonder, I think you've got financial stability at this point. So has there ever been a part along the way where you're like, I don't need this anymore. Like, I don't want to do this. I should walk away.
E não é um estilo de vida fácil de se manter. Obviamente, eu imagino que você está com a estabilidade financeira garantida, mas pensa, será que eu vou continuar fazendo isso? Será que vale a pena?
Então, hoje em dia, né, eu venho falando que está muito próximo daquilo que eu almejei no começo da minha carreira, né? Eu queria sair mais ou menos com 35 anos já, com a vida feita, com tudo aquilo que eu queria e teria conquistado, que eu conquistei, graças a Deus. E como falei agora há pouco ali atrás, com a amiga, eu falei que tanto eu quanto a minha esposa vivemos intensamente para isso acontecer, né? Então, hoje todo mundo vê que você ainda continua lutando, mas pode ter certeza que está bem perto do fim. Assim como eu planejei no início de ser o campeão, me manter campeão, eu me planejei também saindo. Então, está muito próximo disso acontecer.
We're getting very close to the end of things, and I've always planned to fight at a high level, but to not only to become a champion, but also to kind of step away from the game at about age 35. And you can be certain I will was talking out in the back there that me and my wife have been working very hard and living very in an intense manner to actually make that happen. So not only to be a champion, because getting close to that, but also the financial stability, all the parts. We are very close to that, to what I promised one day, to actually call it quits at age 35.
Well, still some big fights before that happens. Let's ask about Merab. I mean, you fought the best in the world. He's a great grappler, but when you look at the skills that he had, does he stack up with those guys that you fought in the past?
Sobre a luta com o Merab, você já lutou com muita gente boa nessa vida e ele é um cara que tem um grappling bem pesado, bem conhecido. Ele está no mesmo nível ou um nível similar aí a gente com quem você já lutou no passado?
Sim, eu sempre vou respeitar muito bem meus adversários, né? Então por isso que eu treino bastante, treino muito duro, justamente por causa disso. Já enfrentei adversários até melhores do que ele, mas eu digo sim, pelo momento que ele está vivendo hoje, eu digo que ele está numa fase boa e é um oponente que eu coloco também naqueles que eu já lutei que são bem difíceis.
I'm always going to respect my opponents, and that's something that makes me work hard to prepare for them. He is a tough opponent, as is, and actually because of the moment that he's living, the current stage of his career, and the high level of fighting he's fighting right now, I do put him in that category of some of the toughest people that I've fought in my life.
You're nearing that title shot again. I'm just curious, this division is stacked. I mean, we just saw Cheeto Vera, we got O'Malley and Jan, you got big fights up and down. So I'm curious, I mean, do you think this is a #1 contender fight? Like, you win here, do you get the title shot next?
Sobre a categoria, obviamente, assim, é uma divisão que está cheia, falando dos nomes aí, Cheeto Vera, que a gente acabou de fazer, você está vendo o Sean O'Malley também, todo mundo está aí. A pergunta é, você, venceu nessa luta, você acha que você é o próximo a ter o direito de lutar pelo cinturão?
Sim, eu não vejo como não, né? Eu acho que, por mim, eu já merecia ter uma nova disputa de título. Eu poderia ter lutado agora com o Sterling, mas vai acontecer o TJ. E é certo, o vencedor dessa luta, eu vencendo o menino, assim que eu vencer, eu sou o próximo desafiante na categoria.
Yes, surely. I actually think that I should be fighting for the title. I wanted to fight Aldo, but obviously he's going for Dillashaw. So I believe that if I win this fight, I am actually the next one up to fight for the belt.
And last thing for me, you win on Saturday night, you fight for the title. Are you fighting Aldo or are you fighting Dillashaw? Who are you fighting?
E depois, você ganha no sábado. Contra quem que você vai lutar? Ou seja, um prognóstico, palpite.
Palpite, eu acho que, pelo momento que está vivendo o Sterling para mim vai vencer. Respeito a história do Dillashaw, mas ele vem de um tempo parado. Tem um dop também, que para mim fez muita diferença na carreira dele. Então hoje, se fosse colocar meu dinheiro, o Sterling, sem dúvida nenhuma.
Obviously, if you're going one for a pick, I would say Aldo for the moment that he's going through in his career. I think he's been fighting at a high level, and also I think Dillashaw had that time that he was wasn't fighting, so I think that goes against him. And I just think that for the moment that the way that Aldo is fighting, he's the one that's going to get to.
Jose, right here. Merab was in here earlier, and he said he was actually shocked when they offered you to him because, in his words, he didn't think he was big enough for the UFC to offer you. So when you hear that now your opponent, they don't think that they're famous enough to fight Jose Aldo. What do you think of?
O Merab estava aqui há pouco e falou que quando ofereceram a luta para ele falou que ele não se achava grande o suficiente para lutar contra José Aldo. Como é que você se sente que o teu oponente basicamente falou abertamente que ele não se considerava famoso o suficiente para lutar contra você?
Acho que, primeiramente, eu tenho um orgulho de ser reconhecido, né, por tudo aquilo que eu construí dentro desse esporte, principalmente dentro do UFC, de ter esse reconhecimento. Mas, cara, como eu falo para todo mundo, eu encaro sempre da mesma maneira, não importa quem esteja do outro lado, eu sempre vou treinar muito, muito duro para chegar lá dentro e vencer. Quando me ofereceram a luta também, o Sean falou com o Dedé, e ninguém queria lutar. Eu falei, então eu quero sim, eu aceito a luta sem problema nenhum, não importa o lugar que ele esteja no ranking. Eu encaro que seja sempre o melhor lutador que eu tenho que enfrentar da vez. Então é o Merab. Eu fico feliz pelas palavras dele, por isso, mas lógico, na noite cada um vai defender o seu lado.
First of all, it's a sense of pride for someone to have that admiration for me, and it was like for me to actually have what I've built in my career to be recognized like that. But I'm always gonna work hard, no matter what the opponent is. And actually, when Sean offered the fight, we talked to veterinarians, and it was so. I mean, yeah, I'll take the fight. I'll take the fight. I think that it's a tough fight. No one wanted to fight him. I will take it, and I will be prepared. And again, very happy for his words, but I'm gonna go after it because on that given night, each of us is just fighting for something. So we need to fight for what matters.
I'm curious what you thought of Marlon Vera's win last weekend over a former WEC champ like yourself and Dominic Cruz.
Só curioso para saber o que você achou da luta do Tito Vera semana passada contra o Dominic Cruz.
Então, eu já esperava uma vitória do Tito. Para mim, o Tito é um cara que vem numa crescente muito grande, é um cara muito duro, onde eu tive que fazer até um estilo de jogo diferente na luta quando eu lutei com ele. E já esperava assim ele nocautear mais ou menos quando foi, né? Eu chutei entre quarto e quinto round e aconteceu. Pelo ritmo que ele vem impondo na luta dele, eu sabia que o Dominic uma hora ia parar na frente dele e assim ele ia nocautear.
Something that I actually expected, that was kind of my pick. My pick was actually him winning in the fourth or fifth round for the style. I just for the way he's been fighting, even when I had to fight him, I had to change my style. So for the way he's been fighting, I just thought that it was going to happen, and he was going to actually knock him out in the fourth or the fifth round. So that was my pick.
And finally, were you surprised the UFC booked Petr Yan against Sean O'Malley, given Petr Yan was just coming off a title fight and Sean O'Malley isn't in the top 5 yet?
Última pergunta dele. Você ficou surpreso a marcação de Sean O'Malley contra Petr Yan depois do que aconteceu?
Não, acho que eu não vejo surpresa. O Sean vem atravessando também um bom momento, né? Vem buscando seu caminho. Eu acho que todo atleta tem que sonhar grande mesmo, tem que sonhar ser o campeão, independentemente de quem seja. Então eu vi com bons olhos sim. Eu acho que o Tito também tinha pedido o Peter e não aconteceu, e então fechou a luta com o Sean O'Malley e o Peter. Então para mim não vejo problema nenhum. Para mim vai ser uma grande luta.
I don't see a problem at all. Actually, first of all, he's actually going through a very good phase, and also every fighter has the right to fight for a championship, and that's what you want to want. You want to be a champion. So, but obviously there was other call-outs in there, but I mean they got him there. So why not fighting? And I think it's going to be a great fight.
Jose.
Oi.
So, a win this Saturday. You're already on the short list for a title shot. A win this Saturday. Would you hold out for the next fight for you has to be a title shot, or would you take another fight before that?
Vitória no sábado, você já está na lista, tá na boca do caixa para lutar pelo título. Ou seja, basicamente, você segura a onda e não luta até, se a próxima luta não for por um título?
Exatamente, é isso que eu tenho em mente. Assim que eu vencer o Merab, a minha próxima luta não tem como não ser pelo título. Eu acho que eu conquistei isso, eu acho que eu venho trabalhando para isso, então eu fiz por onde. Assim que eu vencer o Merab, eu sou o próprio desafiante.
Exactly. I think I've earned it. I've been working for it, and I think that when I win against Merab, the next fight needs to be for a title.
Jose, you've been in the mixed martial arts world for a very long time, 18 years as a professional. How has the fight game changed since your first pro fight in 2004 to now?
Você está nesse mundo aí 18 anos. Fala pra gente como é que você acha que o mundo das artes marciais mistas mudou ao longo desses anos. Como é que as coisas são diferentes de outrora, 2004?
Quando eu comecei, né, não tinha noção como que seria isso tudo no futuro. Então vejo muitas mudanças de tudo. Eu acho que entre aqui mesmo a gente pode falar que tem, sei lá, 25 cabeças aqui, repórteres. Pô, falar dele tá desde o início, onde que um cara que apostava no MMA e está cobrindo até hoje, né? Então eu vejo uma mudança muito grande, a aceitação do povo, o esporte como virou, os fãs louco quando eu ando na rua, todo mundo me para, não importa onde que seja, se esteja com luta ou não, em viagem também, o mundo inteiro, né? Então me reconhece, então eu vejo uma grande mudança. A gente passou por um tempo agora, pouco atrás, de pandemia e viu tudo aquilo fechado, né? Então a gente vê quantos fãs se apaixonaram ainda mais pelo UFC em específico, né? Então eu vejo essa mudança nos estilos de luta também. Eu acho que no início você com uma luta só conseguiria dominar uma divisão, conseguiria ser campeão. Hoje não, hoje eu acho que você tem que ser um cara completo, porque senão você nem dá para largar de estar no UFC.
Quando você diz uma luta, você quis um estilo de luta ou só? Perfeito, só para entender. When I started back then, I didn't know what to expect. What was going to be of the future of mixed martial arts? Just you go into this room and you actually see the difference. You see what 25 heads over here, and covering this, and Mink, a guy like you've been betting on this since the beginning, and what martial arts was going to be. For people, I think a lot of it, first of all, the acceptance of the sport as a sport by the general public. Also, people approaching me, no matter where you are in the world. I mean, people approach me in the street. It's not even fight week. It's not I'm about to fight. Like, people know me. As far as fighting style is concerned, and that's why I need to ask him a little follow-up. Before, I think that even the fighting style changed. Before, you had one style of martial arts, and you could dominate a division. But now you really need to be a complete fighter. And that's the biggest change that I've seen.
Someone who's fought all around the world and in all sorts of venues, how much can the crowd impact the fighters? How much can a place like Salt Lake City, which is hosting its first UFC pay-per-view, kind of provide the atmosphere that you're looking for? What are your expectations from a crowd that's never really been before a UFC event before?
Para uma pessoa que lutou no mundo inteiro, que expectativa que você tem em termos de impacto de uma torcida que jamais viu um evento do UFC, que vai ver isso acontecer? O que você acha que vai acontecer? Que energia que esse pessoal vai trazer?
Acho que a energia é boa, né? Eu já acompanhei um pouco aqui desse lugar, né? Salt Lake City, pelo time do Utah Jazz, da NBA, e eu pude ver tão aficionados eles são pelo esporte. Então, eu espero isso também na mesma noite, que todos estejam presentes, todo mundo esteja lá na arena e assim vibrando enlouquecidamente pelas lutas que vão acontecer na noite.
A lot of positive energy. I've been following what this city's all about as far as a sports fan base because of the Utah Jazz, and I've seen how they are. And what I expect is just people to come out and be as rabid and avid about sports as they are with the Jazz. And I think a lot of good things are going to happen. Just as a follow-up, because of the fact that the last one was long, he did mention the fact that we went through a pandemic, and even with the pandemic, the UFC grew. So just about the impact and how things have grown. So acho que tinha visto que você mencionou a pandemia. Just wanted to make sure. Sometimes I got to read it.
Thank you so much.
I do not know what you're putting in the coffee over here, but that shit is strong as.
Bouncing off the walls?
Yeah, that's what crack's got to feel like. It's like the coffee's definitely better over there, but it's a lot stronger over here. I think the black straight coffee here is nuts. You just got to settle down with that.
We'll expect you to bring in the energy. Well, I know you want to look forward, but got to look back. I mean, the return fight, man. You know, getting the big win. I mean, just give me the emotion, just how important that was to you for your life, I imagine, not just your career.
Yeah, I've said it a couple times that the win wasn't that as important as just getting back in the octagon at that point. You know, like it was just about proving to everyone that doubted me, proving to myself that I was supposed to be in there. So it was a flood of emotions afterwards. Too much for one moment. I don't recommend it, but it was just fun to be back, man. And I love it, and I'm actually more excited for this fight because everything that I visualized for that 4 years was with the crowd. So that was the only thing that didn't go as planned. So this one I'm super excited about, and to be here, all my family's in Utah, my like aunties and uncles that I haven't seen in like 15 years. So it's nuts how it all works. I think I'm just like attracted to Mormons or something because we always end up back with them.
4 months later now to be competing again too. I mean, you talk about going from 4 years to 4 months. Yeah. I mean, is this the dream scenario that, hey man, we're getting the career back on track?
Yeah, man. Like I said at the end, Daddy's got to get paid. So the goal is wrap this one up and do it again. So I don't know. There's another fight before Christmas. You know, the inflation. Got to get that money.
Can I trust that you're keeping the same walkout track? Because I got to be honest, for 4 years away, I kind of forgot what a jam that was.
Yeah,
when
man.
you walked in.
I was going to, but I changed it up. So there will be no sexual. Well, there's still sexual, but no sexual, if you know what I mean.
Nah, I'm disappointed. All right, well, I'll still be excited.
I'll still play it for you afterwards. Don't worry, come out the back.
All right, there we go. All right, talk about the matchup you got here. I mean, what do you think about it? Obviously, he's had some struggles so far in his career, but, I mean, everybody's dangerous in the UFC.
Yeah, exactly. So a lot of people are putting him out, and, you know, his back's against the wall. If people were doing what they're doing to him, to me, I come out firing. So I've got to look at it in that aspect. You know, if everyone doubted me and told me that it was an easy fight, then I'm gonna come fuck you up. Like that's my plan. So he's a dangerous opponent. He's a kill or be killed. He's hard to train for because no one fights like him. He's unorthodox. He overreaches, overextends, and that's why he catches people. So we've tried to prepare for it as best we could, but you know, at CKB they're not his style at all. So we'll find out if the preparation was enough. But I'm sure my best version of myself is gonna be enough to do what it takes.
Does the change in weight class make it a difficult preparation process as well, right? Because you got to expect he's going to compete differently, I would think, in a different division.
Man, I'm not going to lie. I was heavyweight last fight camp. So I came down from 110 kilos to make that fight. So I'm sure he's going to notice a few differences. Like, I'm sure he's been sparring. He's probably got a bit faster, a bit fitter. But the timing's different in light heavyweight, the speed, you know, the fitness, it all changes. So I'm sure he's prepared well at Salt Lake City, of the altitude, everything, but I'm happy to welcome him. So I know, like, I've been hit by Ty as well, so getting knocked out by Ty isn't a bad thing. Like, we've all been, like, everyone who's been on the end of that punch knows that it's not a small feat to cop that. So, but also, I'm fast.
Some people that haven't even been in the UFC know what that feels like, right?
Yeah, exactly. Maybe a couple.
Last thing for me, I mean, obviously we know what the story was last time, man. It was just getting back in here and getting the career back on. What's the goal now, man? Because before you went away, there was a ton of buzz, and this is the next guy. Like, is there a feel like I got to go back in there and show people that I'm that guy, or do you worry about that?
Yeah, no. Man, it's been like just a lot of reflection, I guess. Like it's just been pretty surreal being back. Like because I've come back after such a long layoff, I appreciate everything so much more. This media, you guys doing your job, seeing the people, some like those guys I didn't see at the Apex, and it's just been really fun. And I've been trying to enjoy it all and just be in the moment. So I'm not really focused on that. Like I know I'm going to get in and get it done. I've had one of the hardest training camps mentally and physically, and I know I'm going to go out there and put in work like I always do for the fans and just soak it all in. See it, like I can't wait to hear that cheer, man. Like, well, hopefully they're cheering, but I can't wait to hear it.
Tyson, I'm sure you watched his last two fights, considering it was against Ty and Justin. So when they came to you with this name, was this a name that did excite you, knowing that the possibilities presented to you in the octagon?
Yeah, I've had to be a bit smarter because, like, you know, the first run in the UFC, I was probably a bit thick-headed, I guess, like not making smart moves. Like you offer me a hard, like if something's hard, I just go at it. Like pause. If there's a hard, let's just say the fight's hard, okay? And if they give me a name, I'm just like, yeah, I've got to do it. Like so, it's like if I'm scared of heights and something comes up, I've got to do it. So I probably made that mistake the last time. So this one, I'm trying to be smarter with it, you know, like it's an exciting fight. Like as long as I stay tactically sound, it can be a bonus fight. So I'm excited.
And just looking at his record, I don't know if you're aware of this, but he's never reached the 4-minute mark of the first round. So what are you expecting from him in there?
Yeah, so like unless he's just completely changed his game, which who knows, maybe he has. he's going to try and explode right out the gate. But I'd be happy to welcome him to the second and third round. Like I'm a more patient person now, so usually I'm pretty out the gate myself and rush things. So I've grown as a fighter now, and be happy to welcome him to the third round.
Front row on your right.
Yep.
Aside from the dubious coffee and the attraction to Mormons, what have your impressions been of Salt Lake City thus far?
Man, I actually really like it. Everything's been like pretty enjoyable. The scenery, I can't even that's crazy how many churches and temples are like just right next to each other, nuts. But everyone's been pretty nice and chilled. It sort of reminds me a bit of Hamilton in New Zealand, like where my old man's staying. So. But it's just been nuts, like seeing all my family and stuff, like in fight week as well. So, cool experience.
And what are kind of your expectations, given that this is the first pay-per-view that Salt Lake City's ever hosted? As a fighter, do you notice kind of the crowd reaction, how into it they are? Is it different in a place where it's never been before versus, say, a Vegas where they're very used to a fight night, a big fight night such as this?
Yeah, it's crazy how the States as well, like everyone doesn't rock up till the main card. Like in Australia, where they're like first doors open, they're already drunk. But yeah, 100%. So I'm not sure how it's going to react. I know in Australia, that when it's the first time in the city, they always go nuts. But sometimes when you hear the boos, like if nothing's happening, you like rush to do something. But they usually the crowd's pretty nice to me. So. Keep that rolling.
Tyson, I'm curious, what's your camp been like being over at City Kickboxing?
Amazing and horrendous at the same time. The hardest I've trained, had some, my daughter just turned a year old on Friday, and I've been away for almost 6 months this year in fight camp. So that's been mentally challenging. She actually I got a video today, she just started walking today, so. That's I was so proud. But the camp itself, man, I was saying it before, like the stuff that they is basics and fundamentals to their program, like their foundation of martial arts is stuff that I don't know. So mentally, it's been such an upskill that it was draining as well as the physical side. So it was a draining camp just because I'm learning stuff that comes naturally to them. So, and more sessions that I've ever done. One of the hardest part was keeping on weight this camp. So my Geordie, the fight dietitian, he had me on 2 pizzas, burgers every day. So I'm good. I'm feeling good.
Has it been nice not having to hop from spot to spot in Australia and just being able to go to one specific place to do everything you need to do for the day?
Yeah, for sure. That's why I've traveled before. Like I've always been trying to find where I fit in camps and just trying to find that spot. I trained at Jackson's and that was a dream to go since a kid, but I feel like this is like where I'm supposed to be, and hopefully get the family over there. Like been discussing it with the wife. The New Zealand trip, she doesn't really like the weather, but it's gonna be my home for now.
Tyson here in the back.
Oh, man.
Good seeing you.
You too.
Does it feel like now you've turned a corner after 3 years of these injuries just hampering you, that you're back where you want your body to be?
Yeah, my body's good. I think just mentally, man, that's where I've changed the most. I'm getting to be myself and just relax. I think I've started to share stories about my dad and family and upbringing with training, and it's felt like a bit of a relief off my shoulders because a bit embarrassed about it, how we got brought up, but it's made me who I am, and it's made me a better man for it and better fighter. So that's why I'm here today.
And how has the whole atmosphere been towards the end of camp? It seems like everybody from City Kickboxing has fought over the last 2 months.
Yeah, they're nuts down there, man. It's a different breed for sure. You've got up and comers coming through that are beasts. You've got seasoned vets, people on their way out. It's a crazy vibe, and I just loved soaking it all in. The coach, from the coaches to the training partners, everyone's so skilled in their own way and have different looks of even if I'm fighting the smaller people, it was a really, really cool experience.
And a win here, and you feel like you're back on the trajectory where you wanted to be prior to the injuries?
man, I don't even think I was on a trajectory before. Like, I don't know what I was on before. Like, I was just living, I don't know. I don't even know where I was going. But I feel like I just know what I want to do now. And at the end of the day, as long as I can make my daughter proud for doing what I do, like being away from her, shout out to all the dads that are just grinding, man. That's enough for me. So I've got big goals, obviously, that I want to get done. But man, I'm going straight after this to take her to Paris to watch Thai fight, and man, that's the world to me.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Tyson, right hand to left. So, missing 3 years plus, knee injury and everything. Win or lose this weekend, are you trying to make up for lost time now?
Oh yeah, I guess you could say that. Like, I should have been doing this the first time round, keeping it active. But I'm just trying to get in as many as I can. I wasn't getting paid for 3.5 years, so we got to get it in. So as long as I stay healthy, man, I always want to fight as much as I can. And sometimes when you get that momentum, like, you haven't got to get ready if you stay ready.
And knee injury aside, you come back stronger and everything, but mentally, just seems like, just the way you speak, you seem like you're even better than you were before.
Yeah, for sure. You learn a lot about yourself when you sit in the dark room for 3.5 years. So yeah, it's just growing mentally, and as a father, it's like changed massively, but still growing every day. So just an appreciation for everything that I've got, like, with fighting, and for everything that it's given me. It's the world.
Congrats on the little one, man.
Thank you.
That first birthday is always amazing.
Yeah, the man. Thank you. Oh, good. Thank you very much. Marcin, I know it's been kind of a weird time for you, right? It's rescheduled fights and moving things around. Has it been kind of a difficult stretch for you in your career lately?
It's been some rough time lately, long time out of the octagon. You know, things happen. I'm not thinking about them anymore. You know, past is the past. I'm trying to live in the present. I'm here. I'm, you know, ready, focused, and happy.
Has I guess the training been the challenge, like getting the schedule right? Because you have something scheduled and then it's off and then it's on and then it's off. So has it been difficult to kind of figure out like how to ramp up into a fight?
Yeah, it's been, but you know, I always try to react to what's happening in life. I'm not, you know, trying to predict things because you never know. I'm trying my best to be, you know, to perform. I couldn't. There was some circumstances, and you know, I don't want to talk about them because I already tried to, you know, kick it out of my head, and that's it.
We hear now you got Alexandr Romanov, kind of a newer name in the division. Had you been watching him at all and seen him coming up before you got matched up?
Yeah, actually he was scheduled to fight me for his first fight in the UFC, and he got pulled out in a short notice. So we've been checking him then, and then I actually followed in a 16-0, quite impressive.
Yeah. So you just kind of have the feeling when it didn't happen, like, oh, I bet it's going to happen in the future?
Yeah, sure. You know, I'm never, you know, rejecting the fights. So I got offer and agree, and then I agree. Now I agree, and we fighting. And I think he deserved it, and yeah, it's a good matchup for me too.
Yeah. I know you'll fight anybody. You see the undefeated record. Is that? I mean, do you think like he's the next big? People are talking about like he's the next big thing. I mean, when you see him, do you see that in him?
I'm not. I see me as a big thing. So, yeah, but yeah, 16-0 is impressive in this one. But I think he still needs something more than he showed right now. There is lots of craziness in his fights. Lots of things that I see it's not right. So yeah, he's a material for being in the rankings for a long time. Maybe come to the title picture, but he will need more time after me.
You've been around for a while. Like you said, he's got a little bit of wildness in him. Do you try to get training partners to emulate that wildness at all, or is that impossible to do?
Yeah, honestly, I'm coming of Ankos MMA Poznan, and it's a wrestling team, and we have like lots of heavyweights, and like very ambitious heavyweights who try to going crazy, and having me as a UFC fighter and compete with me, they try to show the best. So you don't have to look for them when you are UFC fighter in a gym. Everyone wants to show you that he's better. So I have a couple of crazy guys in there.
Last thing for me, you pick up a win here. What's the plan moving forward? Do you want to fight again, like frequently, like quickly, because of the time that was lost, or what is the plan moving forward?
Yeah, so not as I learned from the situation lately, it's try to be more humble, more in the present, not trying to predict much. As get this win on a Saturday, and then we will see. But everything will be fine. I want to be back as soon as possible.
Marcin, you fought some of the better grapplers in this division, like Verdun, Ben Rothwell, and everyone. So how would you compare Alexander's grappling and wrestling to your past opponents?
So I see Alexandr more as a wrestler who has a very good grappling too. I saw his matches in a grappling too, and I think he used lots of his power, like his natural, strong, for his grappling. And I see he's not that technical, but he's very strong and he can move.
And he's not fought in the UFC outside of the Apex, so this is the first time he has a crowd. This is also his first fight with the big octagon, because he's been fighting in the tiny octagon. Do you believe that will play a difference at all?
I don't. I mean, I'm not looking for those kind of advantages in my fight. So stuff like, maybe my opponents will get scared or something. I am not. I'm not trying to scare anyone before the fight. And everything is in the fight. So I don't know. That's the question for him.
Here in the back, to your right.
Oh,
Sorry,
right.
Marcin.
Yeah.
We know you as a Muay Thai striker, and Alexander is considered a wrestler. So is this a fight where, in training, you really had to think about, what if I end up on my back?
I'm not the Muay Thai fighter.
No? Thought you had some Muay Thai background. My bad.
I have a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu background.
Oh.
That's, I'm really good to cover it in the octagon, yeah. So I'm a black belt in Jiu-Jitsu. So I started my training with Jiu-Jitsu.
Is this the fight still where you prepare possibly to be on your back more than you had for other fights?
Yeah, I always look for what my opponent best at and try to, prepare for what he brings. So yeah, that's kind of thing. We train wrestling, but we train wrestling for every opponent. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.